the animal life, right after a rainstorm, the animal life goes ballistic. It's like running around like crazy doing stuff. It's just really neat, interesting why that is. I have no idea why that is, but I really like it. I don't think I'm going to need this, right? This coat, this umbrella is like a portable tent. It was like seriously, it got torrentially rained on for like an hour and a half yesterday, and it only had minor leakages. I was gonna ride my skateboard right here. Hey, Vibin Creator. Oh, you're gonna miss the stream today. We're gonna go do lakefront. I'm gonna do the regular. You know what? No. I'm gonna go do the one with the hill. It's a bigger workout. I tell you what, I'll let you all decide. You guys tell me which way to turn. I need to start putting my IRL location. I'm gonna start doing that. Because honestly, I really don't care. You already know where I live. It's like really obvious to find me. I want to do the thing that Rob CD does, where he's got like the location where his bike, you know. Of course, I'm walking faster today too. I'm walking faster today because I want to. This is really good weather. It's a little bit humid though. A little bit humid. I guess I can consider carrying this big ass $100 umbrella as like an arm workout. Because it definitely is. It definitely is. My camera's working. I got both my cameras, both my batteries with me now. And I got my wireless modem, my other, my ZTE wireless modem came in the mail. What's that, Maluba? Have you seen the Blazor Web Project Clip Talk? No. Oh, C# Fritz? No, I've heard about that though. I like C# Fritz. He's a great coder. People won't know this about me, but I actually think .NET's not that bad. I'm not against it. C# is definitely better than Java. I would much rather, it doesn't have as many uses, but. Hello, Shrimpy Poobles. What a name. What a name, Shrimpy Poobles. Thanks for everything you've done. You started teaching myself coding and I stumbled upon Twitch and YouTube. Oh, thank you. Take deep breaths and hold them in between. What, this is like yoga walking? .NET Power is in standardized modules. Oh, I'm going to turn my TTS on. Text-to-speech is on. Hey, Pardo.
Rob, with the recent crash of tech companies' stock, including FAANG, do you think the tech bubble is bursting?
Oh my heck! I'm going to turn this.
Mega corporations and multinational corporations that abuse workers and use corporate espionage to their advantage.
Yeah, me too. But name a company that doesn't do that. All right, I'm going to turn the sound down so I can answer that one. I'll come back. I turn scrolling off so that I can come back and I want to read all that questions and answers. That's one of the reasons I'm out here tonight, is to talk to you, or this afternoon. So the answer, quite simply, is yes. We're watching a bunch of tech crashes. In fact, we're supposed to talk about Kubernetes later, but I really want to talk about this because somebody asked, and also because Chris Nova, who I really respect, really well-known name in the Kubernetes world, also a great streamer, Chris Nova, CRISNOVA. Someone do a shout out for Chris. Great streamer. The only other person I've ever seen use RetroTerm as their terminal on stream. I did that in 2000, and my eyes couldn't tolerate it. I had to get rid of it. You can go back and look at my original videos. Anyway, so she posted a tweet today that said, brace for impact. Brace for impact. Companies are going to be downsizing and doing all kinds of stuff, cost-cutting measures this next year. Netflix was just the first company to get the hit, and it wasn't just because everybody was sick of them. It was like all the tech companies are getting huge reality checks right now. And the thing that's scary about that is that, I don't want to promote panic or anything, but when that happens, a lot of times the person who you're working with every day, your manager, doesn't know it's going to happen. So you can't really gauge when it's going to happen to you, because if you're trying to gauge it based on your performance or your relationship with your manager or your relationship on the team or how much you love the team and your output, a lot of that stuff is just completely arbitrary. And I've been around enough. I have lived through several downs. I've never been downsized. I was the last of two. I was 2 people left out of 18 who were downsized on a project. And the only reason they kept me was because I was the coder on the operations team. So there's a lesson right there. I mean, these days you have to know how to code if you're going to do operations, because there's so much automation and everything. You got to know how to do it. So the answer is yes. I do think that, like Chris says, brace for impact. I think this year, Chris was basically pleading in that tweet. Go look at the tweet on Twitter. And she's basically pleading in the tweet, don't leave your job unless you have a solid thing that you're going to. And, you know, Add the Deadman and a few others have been going through transitions right now, and I think that's phenomenal. I think you should do that if you can and if you've got a solid thing. But, I mean, now is not the time to be rocking the boat. Now is the time to be like really solidifying your skills so that you can be one of the last people standing. By the way, you know who's going to get cut first? All the developments. All the developers are going to get cut first. I've talked about this before, I'm going to talk about it again. But something I've observed over the years, and this is my own observation, I have no empirical data to show this, but my own observation is that when stuff gets tight, the first thing that gets chopped is all the new stuff. And if you look at what happened to Netflix, what did they chop? They chopped all their new edgy stuff. They chopped their animation, they chopped some of their productions. They chopped all their new stuff. Did they chop any of their operations people that were keeping their system running? Hell no. If anything, they probably increased spending there, because it's so much more important that they keep the stuff running that's already there. So, I mean, it doesn't take a genius to figure this out. When the money gets tight, people stop buying new stuff. And if you're a company, buying new stuff means making new stuff. And that means that you treat your car a little bit better. Maybe you baby it a little bit more because you're not going to be able to go in and get a new car. Maybe you baby your computer a little bit better because you're not going to be able to get a new one. You start to treat the stuff you have better because all of a sudden you're in this, bullish mode where, like, there's a Buller Bear, I can't remember, Bear, I think, where, you're like, I'm protecting what I have. So that conversation was triggered by that question and Chris's tweet. I'm glad you mentioned it because I saw the tweet and I was like, man, I got to remember to talk about that on our IRL stream today. It is so important that we talk about that. There's so many people doing the Great Resignation, and that's awesome. They're making changes in their life and everything. But if this was going to happen, people are going to be out of a job and they're going to have money and say, I can wait out like a year. And the next year's going to hit and inflation's going to crash. All this stuff's going to go down and there's not going to be as many jobs. Now, I still feel like in tech you're really good, but I have never been more convinced that learning back-end operations, the really great thing about learning back-end development, applications development, is almost all of the skills for back-end development transfer over to operations, security administration, system administration, and stuff like that. That's exactly what happened to me. I started out as a front-end dev. I got really into front-end meant you had to do CGI on the back-end back then in Perl. I ended up getting really interested in Linux and system administration, and I switched over to system administration when the 2000 bubble burst. And if anybody actually lived through that, they know what the fuck I'm talking about. Companies that were massive companies that were not ever in jeopardy were all of a sudden done. I mean, every day people would see, there was like, was it grocery.com? You guys remember what it was? There was like a company that all it did was like it just delivered groceries, right? I mean, it was a big fucking .com. Oh shit, here comes the dog. He's got a wire fence. It was a big fucking deal. You saw their vans on the street all the time. All of a sudden, boom, they just stopped moving. But the whole company went under. Pets.com, instant destruction, like complete destruction. Because these companies aren't producing any profit anyway, and all of a sudden they lost all of their funding, and they didn't have any extra funding, and there's nothing. I mean, Netflix has never turned a profit. Netflix has never once turned a profit. Think about that for a second. In all the years it's been in operation, it's never made a profit. That reminds me of the line from Silicon Valley. Profit, what are you talking about? It's about ROI. Amazon hasn't made a profit in 20 years and Bezos is the fucking king. Actually, Amazon's did start to make profit eventually. It took them forever. And that's the Silicon Valley thinking. It's more about getting the stock pumped up and pumping and dumping. That's why Silicon Valley is so enamored with Bitcoin and all that shit until this year. God, this whole Bitcoin crash is going to rip the shit out of tech. I promise you that. You know why? Because all these big tech investors have got a ton of money in Bitcoin. And TerraCoin just went downhill. It's completely gone now. All these other cryptos are going to die. And when these cryptos die, a lot of really important people have a lot of fucking money in those cryptocurrencies. And when they all tank, all the investment's going to dry up. All this like crazy ass spending because they think that they've got this thing. It's all going to go away. I'm telling you, it's going to go away. And Chris agrees. I mean, she's not saying it that way, but it's going to go away. God, if you had money in Bitcoin, I cannot believe how stupid you are right now. Actually, how stupid you ever were. I am so glad I was never even fucking tempted to do that. I got an account because people said I couldn't pay me unless they had the account because they want to pay me anonymously. And then I immediately took the money over to the bank for a while and I was like, fuck that, I'm out of here. I'm not doing this. The whole technology is based on a fucking lie. It's all based on lies. The whole 51% attack is very real. Anybody who really knows or does the research will never put their money into it, including Brian Ford, who created parsing expression grammar, a bunch of other PGs. You can go read about them. They just laugh at it. So yeah, I'm anti-crypto, I'm anti-NFT. I just think, the thing that's gonna suck is all the morons that are pumping that shit up are gonna take out the rest of the economy by doing it. Because all of a sudden their money's gonna stop flowing and it's gonna affect the real brick and mortar people that are actually getting shit done and producing profit, and then they're gonna get hurt by it. So how do you survive in uncertain times? Number one, you make sure you know how to learn really quickly. You learn like a hacker. Number two, you make sure that you know Linux and you know server backend operation stuff, because whether you're doing backend development to make new stuff, which pays more money, or you're doing operation stuff, which is boring stuff, which just keeps what they have running, you have a job. And you'll always have a job. I just saw somebody post on Twitter, literally like 5 tweets after Chris. It was like, does anyone have an entry-level web dev job anywhere? Please, please, does anyone have one? They're like begging for jobs because they can't find them. Because the boot camps have glutted the whole world with web dev jobs. If you're gonna learn web dev, do TypeScript, by the way. There's a big thing about Stripe converting, what was it, 300,000 lines of code over to TypeScript. That's front end though. That's their front end dashboard, which can't be done in Go, obviously. Everybody else is putting all their stuff in Go on the back end. Machine learning people are good because they kind of need that stuff, even if it's not new development. It's kind of like in the middle of everything. Anyway, I've always thought FAANG companies were too overpumped, and they're totally failing now, and I think it's kind of funny. Honestly, I feel a great sense of pleasure in it because I got into a really boring company that's totally fine. We'll see. You know, famous last words, right? I'll just put it this way, the company that I'm working for hasn't had a problem in hundreds of years. That's not true. Less than hundreds of years. Almost 100 years. And I've given away my company there, but I don't want, please don't dox me. I don't want you to guess. Please don't guess. I'm not going to give you any more hints. I will say this, my company has almost been in business 100 years. Very small number of companies can say that. And I'm there because of the stability and because of the kick-ass team I'm on and the fact that they are doing really crazy-ass things with machine learning and Kubernetes and cloud and everything that Silicon Valley companies talk about doing. They're actually doing it. And they're doing it for something that actually really matters, not just spying on you in some search engine. So, anyway, next thing. I'm going to kind of catch up here. Hey, Temin. Snap down 45% today. Shit. I love Chris. Good. Yes. It's just like all managers, isn't it? Chris Nova, thank you for that. What do those of you who don't have jobs do? If you don't have a job, I personally, look, this is personal opinion, all right? If you don't have a job, focus on the core tech that exists no matter what. And, you know, it sounds like a plug for the Boost, but it is, because every single decision I make about what goes in the Boost is based on what is a piece of core technology that has been solid for the last 4 decades and still continues to be in demand. They're the IBM, they're the blue chips. Do you know what I'm saying? They're the blue chip tech picks. And you know what? It's very true. Let me talk about this idea for a bit. I actually want to make a video about this. I've talked about it before, but I call it mind share. As a technologist, you saw the iceberg I posted about Kubernetes, right? I reposted from somebody. So Kubernetes is like this fucking huge iceberg, and you only see the very tip of it, you know, pods and things. But it's really all of this other stuff. I mean, there's so much stuff on there. It'll take me 10 years before I can even get close to learning any of it to any degree of mastery. I'm actually doing stuff on the really low end on some areas, but I still am missing some of the really top end things that would get me a CKA certification. There's just so much to learn. And so when you ask, well, what should I pick? It's literally like saying, what stock should I buy? If you're going to be in the tech lifestyle, I'm borrowing that word from Leon. I love that word. I love that word because it is a lifestyle. When you choose a career in tech, you are choosing a lifestyle. You're choosing a lifestyle, and that lifestyle involves a lot of risk, a lot of enjoyment, a lot of money. And you have to be able to manage those things in using that. And so you have to look at the reason I get so down and like downright insulting about some of these technologies that people are fucking lying about is because in my brain, that you know, what is it? What's the trading oversight? So think about this for a second. So if you compare picking tech to invest your mind into to the stock market, then it follows, in my mind, that people who lie about their stocks in order to pump them up and get people to adopt them without having any real substance should be thrown in federal prison. And the Security Exchange Committee agrees with that in America. You know, Elon, how many times has Elon almost gotten into really hot water because he's been pumping his stock or whatever? And that's where my mind is when I look at technologies. When I look at a technology and I'm like Rust, you know, the ones I hit up on. And by the way, I went into Rust very hopeful. I was very bullish on Rust. And it wasn't, as I peeled back the layers of the onion and realized it was all rotten in the middle, I was like, holy shit. Holy shit. This thing is going to tank. And I just watched a whole documentary on HBO about fake news. It's really, really good, by the way. It's really good. They actually caught John Wall and this lawyer guy that he buddied up with, and they got them to confess and brag about lying, about trying to take down Mueller and saying that he was a sex offender. They actually got a woman to pose as a sex offender. She was sexually harassed, and then she bailed at the last minute. And the journalists there are all just like, what the fuck? They're so pissed off. Meanwhile, these guys are laughing at each other. They actually caught them on tape. They're like on video. I mean, you can doctor video, right? But I don't think they did on the documentary. They're talking about it. They're like bragging and saying, okay, we can't let them ask too many questions, blah, 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 right? How does this have anything to do with what technology you should pick? Well, the reason it has something to do with it is because there are John Walls who just want attention, who just want to disrupt shit, who will lie about anything to pump up the tech that they think matters. Whether it's NFT, whether it's crypto, that's why so many of these people are attracted to that shit, because they're so used to lying about tech. They will lie about tech to your fucking face, get you to adopt it just so they can sell you something and they'll run away. They are the worst of the silicon stock slime, but they're not stockbrokers. In fact, it's so fucking disgusting that even the people that promote it, like legitimately, like, oh, I don't know, the moderator team for the entire Rust community, abandons the entire project in disgust over the hypocrisy of the governance community. Because you guys are not even following your own rules, your own code of conduct. They have no ethics whatsoever. No ethics. They're willing to pump up and lie to people and tell them all kinds of shit. They don't talk about, oh, hey, what happens when we have 100 million lines of code that we have to compile? Oh, well, that'll take you 4 days to compile with Rust, but you'll be really safe. You actually won't, and PhDs have taken it on to take that shit down. So the reason I get angry about this, and I'm picking on Rust a little bit more than usual today, but at Arch, I just had a big fight on Twitter with some guys doing Arch, and they're just completely turning a blind eye. I had one person on Arch on Twitter just write and say, they wrote and said back to me, I said, look, I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have engaged on Twitter. It was my bad. I should know better, because you can't even justify, you can't have a conversation, you can't have a fight, you can't even have a debate on Twitter. There's no room. So why the fuck am I wasting time there? Good question. I will never do it again. Actually, I probably will, but yeah, Unix Tips posted something in there, and they posted something like, oh, Arch is so awesome, and it's like all this stuff, you know, and I kind of snarkily wrote, this, or something about this person does not actually have a job. 99% of companies don't have Arch in the enterprise. And somebody answered and said, you need to prove that. And I said, no, I don't. You're the one pushing for Arch. And this little fight, he goes, no, that's not how this works. You made the claim, you gotta justify it. And I'm like, I don't have to justify shit. I have 54 years of experience working in the biggest companies on the planet for consulting and other things, and dealing with the Fortune 500 and managing their accounts for IBM. I'll tell you right now what they have. I don't need to tell you. If you're not going to listen to me, fine, bye-bye. I didn't say any of that because I didn't have room. So what did I say instead? What did I say instead? And you know what their response was? One of them said, oh, I don't know. Every single company I've ever seen allows Arch on the desktop. And I'm like, okay, I'm done. I can't engage with this shit. I can't engage with that shit. How can you engage with that shit? If somebody actually tells you every company they've ever worked with, and it's pretty obvious from their profile that they're in their 20s, every company I've ever worked for allows Arch on the desktop. Every company I've ever seen allows Arch on the desktop. I'm like, oh, really? What company have you seen? And like, I don't have to tell you. And I'm like, do you have a job? I don't have to tell you. Arch people are like, so why am I talking about these people when you're talking about what should I learn? I'm going to say it again. Learn the blue chip tech. Learn blue chip tech. What are blue chips? In the stock market, if you don't know, in America, there's slang called blue chip. And the name came from IBM. Because IBM, it was once considered, it's not this way anymore, God no, IBM was so safe of investment that everybody's like, it was almost like buying a bond. And a bond is an even more conservative investment until you go through the mortgage crisis, which is totally fucked up. I mean, American financial system is so the toilet, it's insane. But that's where blue chip comes from. A blue chip stock is a stock that is guaranteed to always go up, but will be slow, more or less guaranteed. It's expected to. And IBM, that's where I got the name, IBM's color's blue, blah, blah, blah. So you buy a blue chip stock, so most of your investment portfolio should be diversified, right? Well, the problem with that application for technology is you can't, in the technical world, you can't say, okay, I'm going to diversify. I mean, that's actually one area where I think it's pretty distinctly different from the stock market. To survive the stock market, you diversify, right? You buy lots of things, maybe some experimental ones, and maybe some blue chips, but you're experimenting like that. But that's kind of the normal thing. But you really don't have time to do that because you don't have that much energy to learn all of the tech. But you should probably keep a few blue chip technologies in your portfolio. And so after all that ranting, what are the blue chip technologies? I'm going to fast forward and I'll come back to this. I'm at 142. Somebody remind me. I want to ask you. I want this to be participatory. What do you think the blue chip technologies are? Let's have a debate about that. Let's have a conversation. I won't debate you, but I won't argue. But as long as I've been, yeah. Choose boring tech. Yeah, boring blue tech. Boring tech. Instead of blue chip tech, boring tech. There's actually a Go Time podcast I listen to. I haven't caught up in a long time with them. I have mixed feelings about it. Sometimes I really like it, sometimes not. C, there's a good one. Qualcomm and TSC, yeah. Yep. So yeah, keep them coming. What are the blue chip? What are the super stable technologies that are guaranteed to be in demand, and more importantly, are perhaps even increasing in demand, no matter what? Oh God. Cybersecurity, yes. That's probably the first thing I would say. That's probably the very first thing I would actually say. I think Java, networking, yep. Cybersecurity, infrastructure. You know, what's interesting about those answers is, I mean, all of them. C, Marvel makes a lot of chips going into cars, especially Teslas. Yeah. Dog is mad, yeah. Dog is protecting family. I know, I'm just kind of walking. I'm not really showing you how pretty it is here. But hopefully the nice, soothing walk will temper the rant a little bit. So yeah, I like all the stuff you're talking about there. So first of all, infrastructure is always needed. Is it growing though? According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, infrastructure jobs are not growing. And they don't put like system administrators and stuff like that. And they get people who know the infrastructure, they're in there forever, they dig in, and they have like lifelong jobs, especially if they keep up. And it's a really cushy job. I've done it. Operations is a really cushy job because once you get in, they don't really have any reason to get rid of you. As long as you keep everything running. Yeah, Web3. Database is another big one. So, you know, the last time I looked at the Bureau of Labor Statistics site, which was last year, the fastest growing career was security analyst, that's the title. I believe it was a rate of 32% average increase per year. The systems administrator operations people were growing at a rate of like 8%, which is really low, but there was no category for cloud native engineer, right? However, there was a category for software developer. Software developers were increasing at a rate of 27%. I think this was based on 2020 statistics, maybe 2021. It changes. It's more interesting to see how those stats change year to year, which they don't track, than it is to look at the stats themselves every year. Because some of the numbers really changed. You used to have web developer and it went down. Web developer went from like 25% down to 8%. But software developer went up. And the only conclusion I can make is that more people started qualifying themselves as software developer and full stack developer as more of a software developer. If they checked a survey or something, and that's what they do. It's not just some random Reddit, question or Stack Exchange survey, the least authoritative thing you could ever put your faith in. It was a little bit more than that. And so they, they do a little bit more research. I mean, you should find multiple sources. You should go to Indeed and you can look what's out there. A lot of times though, when things get posted to Indeed or whatever, LinkedIn has a survey, but you know what the LinkedIn survey is about? The LinkedIn survey is based on people's resumes and what they post on LinkedIn. How often do you keep yourself on LinkedIn update? You don't. It's completely bad data. They also post the best companies to work for based on particular technologies. You know how they did it? You have to read the fine print. They did it by calculating who changed locations in the LinkedIn profile, and then adding on, well, what technologies are they using? And then they inferred from that that the new location they moved to had the technology that they had most recently listed on the resume. I mean, it's kind of okay to infer that, but they don't tell you about how they came to all these conclusions. It's not scientific at all. They get these big, pretty graphs, and it gets blasted all over the internet, and people make, really important career decisions, and that makes me pissed off. Because I look at them as like stock fraud people. Because it's like getting your investment advice from, Lehman Brothers. It's like, I truly look at this, because my whole, my whole life for the last 20 years, pretty much, 15 years, has been dedicated, 20 years, has been dedicated to helping people navigate the tech world and figure this shit out. And I've grown really kind of ranty about these people who I see as downright unethical fraudsters, a lot of them. The ones who know better, they're the ones that get me. There's a lot of them that don't know better, and they just really love their technology, and they just want to push it, and they want it to be successful, so they lie about it, and they convince themselves it can be awesome. And that's totally different. A lot of people unwittingly become party to it, and I think that's kind of what happened with Rust. That's why I don't always throw them under the bus. But when you catch them lying straight out, which they have done, then it's like, no. Because they're doing fake news. They're using the Russian tactics to pump up the thing. Except for they're not doing the trolling part, they're doing the other part. I keep coming back to that stupid complaint of mine. But that's where all the rage comes from. When you hear me like, it's just a language, dude, what the fuck? Why are you freaking the fuck out? It's like, to me, it's not just a language. It's like, it's the way the language is being portrayed, because millions of people, thousands of people are going to make a decision about their future based on the things that you're putting out there. And if you tell someone to learn Arch Linux before telling them to learn Red Hat or Ubuntu, it's fucking irresponsible. It's fucking irresponsible if that person's goal is to get a job and maintain a job. I have nothing against the Arch user community. I have good friends who use Arch. I use Arch on occasion. Chris uses Arch. Tonyfall uses Arch. People that I deeply respect use Arch. Do they go out to beginners and say, you should learn Arch and only Arch? No. Because they're responsible human beings. They would never do that. And those are people that there are uses for Rust and Arch. The problem is that the community is so overwhelmed with people who will lie to you because they want it to be true, or because they want to be a part of the club. And DistroTube made a whole video about how to join the Linux community. I just could not even click it. I could not even click it. I was like, really? I'm going to take my technology advice from somebody with an associate's degree in social media marketing. Sure, I'll do that. Who has no actual time in the industry. None at all. Who's self-proclaimed as a hobbyist. And people are going to hobbyists and they're getting their advice for what jobs they should. The question was, and this is what I'm still talking about, the question is, what should I learn to keep a job? What should I learn to get and keep a job that's stable? And then ask the question, just like in stock investment, what should I invest in to make $1 kajillion? And I think the same financial advice applies here. By the way, what is that advice? Most of the time. Yeah, my moral compass is out of whack sometimes too. I get really, I'm human, I think my objectivity is jaded a little bit sometimes too. So I tell everybody this, don't even trust me. Challenge everything I say. Do your own research. Become a critical thinker. Don't trust anybody. Trust no one. Mr. Robot. Trust no one. Be a hacker. Do you think hackers trust anybody? No. They have good friends, Dogecoin. They use Arch because they know what they're doing. Yeah. And understanding the results of surveys is hard. I think this is another thing that I think is woefully wrong with our education system, and I don't want to just complain. I kind of want to work on solutions to this. One of them is, don't get mad, get busy, right? And I believe I've done that. I've tried my hardest to do that. Sometimes getting busy means investing $3 grand in an IRL rig so that I can stay healthy and go for walks and get all my ranting out instead of doing it all sitting still with all the cortisol flowing through my veins in front of a webcam. That's what I'm doing right now. And by the way, it makes me feel better. I don't know if you can notice this. I am pretty ranty right now, but I'm still in a great mood. I'm in a fucking awesome mood right now. This is amazing. Got this nice cool breeze. So let's go back to the actual, oh, here's a good comment. I feel like the technology inaccurate hype effect of byproduct of intermediate novices saying things that aren't 100% true out of excitement. I think that's true. And as I said, I don't think we can always attribute malice to it. The time when you really see me freak the fuck out is when I actually uncover somebody who is fake newsing on purpose because they're trying to push adoption. Yeah. Other time the community is submerged in inaccurate information, it started as innocent misunderstanding. Yeah. I'm in a really great, and I've been in bad moods before, but God, I tell you what, I have to go outside right now. My heart, you know what, it's because it's overcast. It's this nice cool breeze. It's like you know what, I'm gonna just walk until my battery dies. I'm gonna walk until my battery dies. I got my camera, I got everything. I got my work done for the day. I need to go do some more work tonight, but you know, my cycle is on, it's good. So I think I'm good. Yeah, I'm just really good mood. So let me go back to that advice. Yeah, Suffer does, right? Python does. Things like the rest of you know. There's always going to be new tech hype. So what is the advice if you're a financial investor? And I'm not. I don't have a lot of investment in heavy stocks or anything because I started my own business and it put my entire life savings, actually not all. No, all. No, they take it back. All of it. It was only half of my entire life savings because my ex-wife took the rest, which she probably still has. She immediately got married and kept it all and kept not claiming it was alimony. I don't want to talk about that. It makes me very angry. Where was I? What is the advice you give to somebody who's just starting to invest? I got the Ultras. I got my new Ultras on. Yeah, they can go anywhere. Yeah, we might actually go over to the trail because I kind of want to try them on the trail. Let's do this financial investment thing. I really want to hit this point. I think it's important. So the question is, what tech should you learn? And I'm not even going to, I'll tell you, I mean, in the boost, I pretty much come out and tell you what tech I think is blue chip tech. You know, what is the boring blue chip tech that it's a part of everything that makes you go head and shoulders above everybody else. And let's just name them right now. I've actually written them down. If you do Bang Learning, if you do Bang Learn, let's see, exclamation point learn, you'll see what I'm talking about. And it'll show you. But those are the main things I think you should learn. And everybody's got a different opinion. And as I said, ask around, find out what people's backgrounds are. Why do they think you should learn TypeScript? Why do they think you should learn React? Why do they think you should learn this? Why do they, ask, why do you think you should learn C and assembly? People love to recommend C and assembly, and I fucking love C and assembly. Do I know assembly? No. I don't. I know the general concepts. Do I know C? Yes, enough to be really deadly. I've always been a guy who picks technologies that are practical and pragmatic. They get me what I want, and sometimes what I want is employment, sometimes what I want is a project or a new internet. I've always said that. So my choices are different than somebody else's choices. If you want to pick a language that will permanently keep you employed at 120 plus K per year, Java is going to be around for fucking ever. In fact, I would go so far as to say that a lot of Java, nobody wants to do it because it's boring work, just like COBOL is boring work. But Java, I hate Java. I will never take a job in it. I was hired at IBM to do it. I made the shopping cart in Nike in Java. I will never do it again. I hate it. I fucking hate it. To be fair, I haven't used it in 15 years. It's gotten a lot better since then. But there is so much code written in Java that whole thing about maintaining existing applications. Yeah. In fact, if you want to do software development, and I don't particularly do, I like operations, which I believe is more stable. I think security operations is the most stable of all. Because as our economy goes down, it doesn't stop the hackers. If anything, it emboldens them to do more. And so you're going to see a lot more hacking going on, and you're going to see a lot more money from companies paying, you know, pen testers and stuff like that, or paying companies to write off their huge mistakes, stuff like that. What's wrong with Java? I just don't like it. I just don't like Java. There's nothing wrong with it. I just don't like the syntax. It's just too complicated. It's hard to read. I don't particularly like Java applications. The JVM's bloated. I've seen a bunch of shit that went down really horribly. You know, single inheritance has been disavowed by the person who invented it and made it happen. Not made it happen, but Grady Booch and the gang, the three amigos. Dude, I gave conference talks on Java for Nike, for Nike's IT department. I know Java. I mean, at least I did. Enough to know all of the shit that's wrong with it. I drank the Kool-Aid, man. I drank the whatever, the poison. I drank the OOP poison, and I'm like, oh fuck. Which is why I can be, oh god, here's the dog again. Which is why I can be so sort of pro other languages, and I really want to learn Erlang and functional languages like that, even though they don't have a lot of prominent job possibilities right now. So I guess you kind of have to set up your own criteria, right? Hey, if you're going to rate, if you're going to rate a particular technology, I would say to, I don't know, make a grid or something. Which one of these technologies do I enjoy? Which one is growing the fastest? The demand for this is in the incline. What's the price point for this? How many jobs are posted for this? How long is this likely to be around? You know, make your own criteria and then kind of do the whole, you know, type A OCD thing and like make your spreadsheet and do your own evaluation. And your chart's going to be different than mine. I try to tell people that one about the boost because the boost is, this seems like me, he does now, Flavor Aid, yeah, thanks. Thoughts on JavaScript. Finding a decent job, in my opinion. I think it is too, but to be fair, and somebody raised this issue the other day, and I want to agree with them. In fact, I think it was Garfield, that there's not a huge pool of people to pick from to learn Java, and this is the reason Forbes magazine wrote in 2015 or 14 the two highest paid languages you probably never heard of. This was 2014. One of them was Go, and one of them was Scala, which is basically, I mean, it's basically Lisp for Java. But you know, and the number of Golang programmers is shooting up, and you're even seeing this on Twitch. And since I started streaming, the number of streamers who are doing Go has gone from 0, and I mean 0. I was the only one doing it. I can count, right off the top of my head, I can count 5 right away. You're regularly coding Go now. 3 of those were big TypeScript people, and they have switched to Go because their companies are switching to Go. So, you know, it's totally anecdotal. It's not scientific at all. But I mean, part of the thing about playing the stock market is, I mean, how many investors will tell you that they do a check? You ever talk to stock investors? When they're going to invest in a company, what do? They'll go walk into a franchise. They'll like go check it out. They'll go check it all out, and they'll walk around through it, and they're giving it kind of just a litmus test. What does it feel like? It's not scientific at all. But that's a big part of investment, of financial investment. Like really high-end investors, they will do the groundwork research, and that's what makes them so successful. Yeah, they tour the company. So as usual, and this is where my brain works really well. I have places that you've seen that my brain does not work very well at all. But I know about my brain, and one of the things that my brain's able to do is to bring crossover. I'm really good at linking things. So taking software design principles and apply them to managing knowledge and education. And in this particular case, I'm finding myself taking tried and true tested methods of financial investment and applying them towards, you know, tech career management. Because there's a lot of direct parallels. And so, you this little Twitter fight I had with these people that could tell me exactly, all the companies that don't let you use Arch. I'm like, I don't need to tell you that. I've got my evidence. I have enough for me to invest in. I could do an entire case study, as many have done. In fact, if you want to read all the case studies of companies who have switched from Node to Go, there's tons of them. Be sure you don't feed your confirmation bias, though, and you go look at other case studies for other languages if you're going to do that. And that's, again, those are sound financial investment practices. Do your research before you make your decision. Be a critical thinker, So, ever like Scala? Lateral thinking in the same way? Yeah, I end up making the connections so much that it becomes a big blocker for other things. He spoke to an investor that was interested in LifeLock. After going there, he lost interest immediately and told everyone to avoid them. That was yeah. Now, is this scientific? No. Are you going to get it wrong? Hell yeah. But really, really good investors develop sort of a prescience. I used to have a term that people have challenged me on called a PTP. A PTP, TM Artebek Schraub, is a prescient technology professional. A prescient technology professional, a PTP, is somebody who has developed this financial investment sense about technology. And by the way, the PTPs who are the best in the world become the world famous CTOs of the world. Because they're the ones who, their bullshit detector is so honed, they can spot it anywhere. They can read code all the time. They regularly go in. I think one of the equivalent, we talked about, what did you call it, like a ground check, like at LifeLock, Garfield was talking about. The investor went and walked around, right? I got a question. I'm kind of leading this question, but how do you walk around a technology? Let's talk about that. How do you walk around a technology? Oh, we'll do that a little bit. I'll come back to that one. How do you walk around a technology? How do you get a sense of whether the technology is going to be good or bad, or it's going to fly, or it's going to be sustainable, or it's going to be a thing? You don't have to look at the whole thing, but if you had to make like one day, and you had to make a gut feel decision about a technology, what would you do? What would you do to evaluate it? What are some of those pros out there? I know I got pros in my audience who are way better at doing this, probably even than me. How do you check a technology out? How do you know if a technology is going to be a winner or a loser? How do you know to put all your money down on it? By the way, let's go back to the financial investment tip while you're thinking about that. Any sound financial investor consultant will tell you this: build your base of your retirement in blue chip stocks and bonds and safe investments. And then what is the advice they always give you? Never invest anything in the aggressive stock market that you can't afford to lose. I really, really want that to get there. In fact, I almost kind of want it clipped. Never invest more than you can afford to lose in unstable stocks or tech. Hey, hi. Hello. How are you? It's a pretty car. What's that?
We're doing good.
Oh, you're doing good. It's my regular walk. My little thing. I talk to my buddies on my chat while I go walk, and keeps it a little bit less boring. It's nice right now. It's like really nice. Yeah. It is. It's great. What was your name? Do you mind asking? I'm Rob.
I'm
Lola?
Nathan.
Lola and Nathan. Good to meet you. And you're right here?
Yeah.
I'm just in the apartments while my wife's in an art residency in Charlotte for another year. So I'll just be bothering you until then. Lola and Nathan. Good to meet you. Thanks. Great people. I like meeting my neighbors. I'm getting better at it. Litmus tests. Own the haystack. Don't try to find the needle. I would ask my good friend Rob. I don't know about that. All right, so I'm going to tell you how you walk around the store in tech. And this is why, even if you're going to be a hacker, you're going to be an operations person. How do hackers find the hacks, by the way? Oh, you know what? Hey, I just realized my umbrella doubles as a dog beater. That's very nice. How do hackers find vulnerabilities in source code? I mean, how do they find problems? What do they do? There's a quote from Darlene. I love it. I've seen Mr. Robot at least 10 times at this point, all the way through. And there's a quote from Darlene, I think in the second season, where Mr. Robot, Elliot gives her shit because she writes some really shitty malware. She's their malware coder, right? Yeah. She's their malware coder. And Elliot's giving her shit, which is kind of funny. Every once in a while, Rami Malek, who plays Elliot, he kind of gives up in his inflection and pronunciation that he's not a real hacker at all. And this is one of those times, but it's still good. He goes, "What'd you do? Just download that from Five9 or some shit?" And what he's saying is, "What are you, fucking script kiddie now?" He's calling his sister a script kiddie now because she didn't have time. She goes, "I didn't have the time." And then she says the quote. She goes, "Given sufficient time, white papers, I can't remember, fuck over anything. I can pawn anything." And that's what it's about. The reason Darlene is such a good malware coder, the police station flash drives, yep, you know what I'm talking about. Yep. Homecoming's pretty good. It was that. And, you know, she gets detected and stuff, and he's all freaked out. But I love that because that is the hacker mentality. If you give them enough time, I mean, and, you know, go listen to Jay Beers. I'm so glad Jay Beers, you guys know Jay Beers? Somebody shout out Jay Beers. Is Jay Beers 11? So Jay Beers is a hacker. He's been making money at it for a while. And he streams. I don't think he's as corporate as Nahum Sek, who I also like, but he doesn't really, he's so busy running his business and stuff, it's really hard to see him actually code hacking. He's usually pumping something up instead of actually hacking online. Jay Beers is hacking, and he often uses his title as, you know, the mind of a hacker. And I like to dwell on this, even if you're not a hacker, you don't have any intention of doing any gray or white or black or whatever, you know, it's the whole thinking about it. Like, you have to think like Darlene. How do you know whether a project is hackable? And also, how do you know whether it's not shit or not? Which also equals whether it can be hacked. Right? The thing I really like about this particular skill makes you a kick-ass hacker and makes you a really prescient technologist when you're making technologies, when you're making tech picks. And this is how you do it. You learn the code. You learn to read technical specifications. You learn to read white papers. You learn to read RFCs. You learn to enumerate, as somebody said. Who said that? Give him credit. Which is you know, it's a process in hacking. Thank you for that. Oh, is video output so bad? I don't know. I don't think anybody else is having that problem. I'm certainly not having that problem. I don't know, man, on the video thing. So the hacker thing boils down to this. If you want to know whether you should invest in technology and you want to just walk around the store for a while, the best way to walk around a store of a software application is to look at the source code. Read the source code of the project, study the project leadership. What have they done? What is their history? These are the same things that an investor would do. How is the board operating? Where's the board from? What is their history? What decisions are they likely to make? You know, where are the wild cards? Is there somebody in here who's going to trash the whole thing and walk away? Like has happened so many times in NPM. And then you can make a decision about the technology. And quite frankly, I'll give you a specific story of that. Head like a headlight? No. I'll give you a whole thing about how my rig is working eventually. We're kind of just talking today. I'll do a specific, I'm not trying to put you off. I hate it when IRL streamers do that. Right now I'm wearing a pack. I have a Belabox. You can do bang Belabox, Belabox, and you can get the details until I can document them more fully. I'm actually right in the middle of redoing my Belabox to have 3 modems in it. And I don't want to document it until I have that done because I need to make I'm actually diagramming the Cocoon management system so you can run all the wires. And if you want to just follow my kit, you can just literally build the kit I have if you want. So, okay. Right now it's not a shoulder strap. No, it's actually better. My camera is exactly where a shoulder strap would be. Here's the difference. The difference is that this particular pack I have lets me, this particular pack that I have right here is actually on a selfie stick. And the selfie stick goes in this pocket right here. That was a totally accidental innovation that I found. Totally accidental innovation. You can see I've wired the things up here. It was totally accidental. The thing that's so great about that is I don't need a shoulder strap as long as I'm not running. I don't need it. I can just put it back in this little holster here, and I can pull it out anytime I need to do it. You cannot do that. That is faster than any quick release system I've ever even read about. Yeah. And I didn't extend the selfie stick at all. It's all compacted. It's like it's like a $12 selfie stick. And I've got my cabling going out so I can go out, I can set it out, do everything. There's no IRL streamer doing this right now. I'm the only one. I've never seen any other IRL streamer doing that specific setup. I'm sorry, I'm gonna brag. I'm super happy about it because I've worked fucking crazy hard on this. And it's working. It's actually really working finally. It's a trail running bag, yep. It also has the advantage of being water resistant, and it puts up with I can put water in it if I actually needed to do water. You know, this one doesn't look too weird. The puff ball on the corner like makes kind of weird. This would not work, by the way, unless it does get, here's something really funny, crazy sick to with this. All I have to do is adjust the seat, and I can sit down with this kit in the car, and I can drive, and you get first-person POV of me driving. As long as the windshield is clean, it's like literally you can see my arms on the dashboard. I think it's cool. I've never seen anybody else do that. I've never seen anybody POV driving streams. They do dash cams and shit, but I've never seen anybody do the POV driving stream. It looks so cool at night. Like all the lights are on. Everybody's like, "What's that instrument over there?" I don't know. I'm kind of geeking out. StreamKit MK 2.0. Yeah, I'm definitely going to do it. Yeah. I'll give you guys, because I want other people to do it. And, I might even, I mean, Twitch doesn't like me. I don't know why, but I think, honestly, I think some people that I've had a couple feuds with are friends with people at Twitch. And so Twitch is not giving me partner. They don't want, I mean, I've got all the qualifications to be partner, but and I'm too old and unsexy and grumpy, or for whatever reason they don't want to give me partner, and I don't care. I don't really care. I mean, I'll do what I want. I'm just glad they exist, but it does kind of piss me off because I believe there's a certain amount of ageism over at Twitch happening. The people who have been approved for partner just blows my fucking mind. Some of them have no respect for any Twitch rule whatsoever, and they still are partner. Why do I care about partner? I actually don't, other than to say that my message may reach more people, which would mean how to get a job in tech. That's a message I think I would want to have people learn about. You need 75 average viewers. Yeah, I don't, because I leave my stream on all day. That's one of the main reasons it won't happen. But I'll tell you what, though, when I leave my stream on, I get, the average viewers I get is about 30 with nothing but just music. It's just fishies on my VOD because I clip out all of the Twitch, all the music you hear on my stream, none of it makes it into a VOD using Twitch's own plugin for OBS. Twitch wrote the fucking plugin. So, and I've talked about that before. That's how I get good music. I don't want to blame it on ageism. It just makes me sound like a sour grapes guy. I don't care. As long as you all are there, as long as I have a place to go, I'm sure there's somebody in Twitch who would actually care. If I were to apply to do an IRL stream and talk about my rig, they're gonna be like, "Well, you don't matter because no one's watching." I was like, "Have you seen how many people watch Bellabox stream? Rational IRL gets almost no viewers whatsoever. The guy fucking invented the Bellabox." Because he's kind of, I don't know why, maybe it's his personality. Using Twitter effectively. No, I have no tips on that. I'm a horrible Twitter user. Don't use it, just don't look at Twitter. Actually, I do think you need to have Twitter, and I agree with Leon. Leon says the same thing. I taught a web development class for a community college, and the first week I had everybody get a Twitter account. I'm like, why are you making us get Twitter? It's a waste of time. I'm like, no, it's not. Like, what do you mean? It's totally a waste of time. I said, no, it's not. It's not a waste of time if you do it right. Yeah, they do. It's in OBS by default now. It's built into every OBS now. The mod that they made eventually made it into the permanent source code. You can go look at the commit. Yeah, I mean, if you want to go look it up, you just go, what you do, so I have a video on it. I'll give you this short version. You have to find, I think it's in streaming or settings, one of the settings. There's a checkbox that says Twitch to channel 2. Twitch VOD to channel 2. And then once you turn that on, and it works to Streamlabs too. And once you turn that on, then under your advanced settings for your sound sources, you have to click on it. You can go see all your channels, right? And you'll have like 1 to 6 channels. You just check off channel 2 for any audio that you do not want to go into the VOD. And give yourself you almost could going through their source code. I don't think that'd be a good idea, but I actually think I'm going to take a right up here because I want to go to Harris Teeter and grab a drink, and I'm just going to keep walking. I might walk to Rocky Creek Park today. I'm going to walk until nighttime, and I'll come back and work. I'm just really loving them. This is absolutely ideal walking weather. I could not ask for better weather. It's absolutely ideal. It's not hot. So, yeah. I kind of got sidetracked from the conversation by doing the tech thing, but I'll try to do that. I've been trying to post these videos to YouTube as well. It takes me so long to go through them. If there's one thing I could really appreciate from my community, it would be writing down timestamps. In fact, when I do these things, I mean, I would almost pay somebody or make them a mod or something. All they have to do is when I change a topic, they just have to cut and paste the ISOSEC timestamp that's on the screen and put it in a file. If I could get that, all I need to do is take that file with brief summaries, like under 50 characters, with the timestamp, with the ISOSEC, and I can turn that into chapter markers on the VOD. Just email me your branch to unique repo, or should I just email the code and timestamps? Are you talking about here, or are you talking about the boost? It's gonna rain though. It's fetching to rain, which is one of the reasons I want to walk to Harris Teeter. Okay, it's gonna be noisy traffic for a good long while. I don't know which side of the road to walk on though, because it's really a pain in the ass. I mean, this is America for you right here. Yeah, the problem with the bot and the command is I would have to. You know what, Lunk? That's a great idea. I could just put a command in the chat. I could make a keyword command instead of like the reason I don't do commands. Oh, it's totally sketch. I know, and this guy's gonna turn too. So. You know what? Fuck it. I'll go the safe route. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm gonna go the safe route. Tell you what, I'll go back. I'll walk back to the apartment. I'll grab a drink from the apartment, and we'll go walk a safer route. That's probably dangerous. Yeah, but here's the thing. Okay, so the reason I can't use the regular commands is because if I use the bang command, if you do it, so dank chat, every time if I do exclamation point, it will actually do it, but then it adds a space after it. But CloudBot lets you have keywords that are just words. And if the word is anywhere in the thing, it'll interpret it. You know what I mean? The only problem with that is I'd have to set it so that only moderators could do it. You know what? I can totally do that. And I can build that into my own bot. That's a perfect idea. Who said that? Lunk? Good job, Lunk. That's a great idea. That is a great way to do that. You know why? Because then, God, that's like fucking awesome. You realize what I can do with that? That means I can do like 7-hour IRL streams and we can have them be topical with chapters and everything. Holy shit. That's like, that will open up so many possibilities. Hell, I could do some of the boost content while I was walking. You know? God damn, we gotta have that. We gotta have that. What about open source? I haven't made a bot yet. I haven't made a bot. I use ISOSEX for my Zet, and everything I do is open source. No, my brain is like spinning right now because there's so many possibilities there. You know what? I've been calling this the conversational UI for a long time. Since 2015, I've been calling this a conversational UI. Because if I can just go again chat and I can click on it, I can talk into it, I can tell, you know, I can eventually add machine learning to my bot that says, this is what you meant to say, right? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, okay, yeah. And I can do that whole thing, and the Android has the best natural language processing, so I'm going to keep the Android for that. I know I'm geeking out. Anybody who's not geeking out, I apologize. And I don't think my stream is ever going to be huge. And I don't mind that. I don't mind having an average of 40, 50 viewers while I'm going on these walks, you know? It's, you know, where in the world are we? That's another thing I want to add. There's an app called, what is it called? I can actually put it on right now. I think it's like, what is it called? IRL chat. Timon knows it. I just, every week I like add some tiny little thing. Geolocate. No, there's another one though. There's actually a Rob CD uses it, and it shows exactly where he's at on the bike. I know most people are scared of that. I'm not. I'm not scared of it. Look, I'm not scared of it. If you want, look, there's River Park. You can find where I am. Any person who's not an absolute moron can immediately find exactly where I am. I mean, Rossum was concerned when we first started streaming, you know, and I appreciate that, but it was like, he's like, you realize I can get to I can find your exact apartment, and I figured it out in less than like 10 minutes. So I'm like, yeah, I know. Because, I mean, it's either that or I don't stream. 15-year-old edgy kids exist. Yes, that's true. I know. There's 15-year-old edgy kids, and there's going to be people that are going to do that. You know what? And I hate to say it, but, you know, I'm an old white guy. And I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's not a challenge. Please don't accept this as a challenge. I'm not trying to say, hey, you know, prove me wrong, make me scared. You should be scared. I mean, I don't know. My head's going to be on this topic again because I have been, so for example, my kids are coming, right? 15-year-old kids don't watch this. Amateur radio operators' home addresses are a matter of public record. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, God. Yeah, yeah, I might start carrying a gun. I've thought of that. I'm getting old. If I learned to use a gun properly, I would never own a gun unless I went to a full fucking small arms fire training. I've actually thought of doing that. Yeah, I've actually thought of doing that. I don't love guns in the sense of like everybody should have an AK-47 and kill everybody. And I'm definitely not a Guns America, let's take down the Capitol. I watched the documentary on the insurrection riot on HBO yesterday. It made me sick to my fucking stomach. Oh my God, it's so fucking horrible. I love it because the really conservative Republicans are just screaming, dumbass morons. The other people were like, you know, toning down their words and stuff, but not the Republicans that were stuck in there. The Republican senators that were stuck in the chamber, you should hear what they say about the Republicans who blew down the doors. And there was never a gun pulled there. I mean, there was one gun pulled, and it was funny because a girl was shot. It makes me so angry. The one person that gets shot is like a 14-year veteran of the Air Force who's lost her fucking mind. She's screaming, but so are all the guys right next to her who are sitting there breaking glass and stuff. And the Secret Service agent shoots her. Out of all the people he could have shot, he shoots her. Why? That pissed me off when I saw that. You have some firearms you ever go shooting? If you're close by. Yeah. No, she wasn't crawling through the barrier. No, go look at the video of it. Look, I am not apologizing for the insurrectionists. They're a bunch of fucking dumbasses. That's not how we work. They were victims in many ways from many things. A lot of them were very, very well-meaning patriots who just got totally fucked up, caught up in a frenzied mob. And, you know, I mean, whatever. It's a really polarizing topic. I don't want to talk about it, but it's never okay to storm a fucking capital of the United States, ever. I don't care under what circumstances you think it is the right way to do it. You're not a patriot by resorting to violence of any kind, period. That goes whether you're on any side of the line. You're not. I mean, if you're a cop and you're shooting a black guy because you think it's the right thing to do and you're protecting your neighborhood, you're probably wrong on that. It depends. If you're a white person or some Karen who's like had a lot of veteran military experience and thinks you're justified to go break into the Senate chamber, you're probably full of shit too. There's a lot of people that are full of shit and they need to ask themselves more, including me. Okay, am I full of shit right now? Am I too overly passionate about what's happening? And the one reason I wouldn't get a gun is because I'm human. I don't know what's better. I don't know if it's better to learn to live in being okay, being shot and killed or swatted or whatever the fuck, and learning to get over that fear and to face it with courage and say, if somebody's going to bring that kind of shit, I'm going to do my best to not descend. I also watched, you know what, I'm going to say something to you, you guys are going to hate me. I watched The Batman with Mr. Twilight in there. I fucking loved it. It's the best Batman I've ever seen. I cannot believe more people don't like it. I loved it. 4% of people are going to, and it's all recreation. Yeah, you know, recreation would be fine. As soon as you buy a gun for self-defense, like for example, if I were to buy a gun right now, what is it saying? It's saying that I'm afraid of getting mugged. The whole gun is useless if I am walking around in a state of non-perpetual paranoia and readiness. Because no, even a stupid 15-year-old isn't going to be dumb enough to walk up to me with a holster on and in the face and like wait for me to pull my gun out and shoot him. And I have slow reaction time because I'm an old guy. So my defense is roll over and die. That's my defense. I've heard the movies with Heath Ledger as Joker. Me too. I love that one. I kind of feel like there was, you know, when the bandits were wearing kind of Heath Ledger's face stuff. I also feel like you could inject what's his face's Joker, which I absolutely love. I absolutely love it. In fact, I found myself imagining, God, what's his name? Yeah, concealed carry, because you're scared of active shooters, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, you know, okay, and if I got concealed carry and I've got a phone in my hand and an umbrella in the other hand, and even if I have a holster on, I just don't think it would do anything. I mean, I will also want to say one good thing about the insurrectionists. I will say one good thing. It was something it totally opened my eyes. The insurrectionists were appeased by three things in that documentary, and I strongly recommend you watch it. If anybody has HBO Max, if you get a chance, watch the whole thing, because it's all the footage. The only thing they don't show is the cop getting killed. And I mean, it's generally biased. It's definitely biased against the insurrectionists. But there are three times when the insurrectionists stopped being really fucking violent. One of them was when there was a cowboy preacher there, and he said, "Let's pray." And he got on the megaphone, and he started getting everybody to pray. And the whole fucking crowd hushed down. Because the one thing that all the insurrectionists, despite their complete batshit craziness, agreed on was that it wasn't okay, you know, that they believed they were doing that in Jesus' name. They're so fucked up, they're so confused. But they were actually, many of them were sincere in their confusion. And I think it's important we remember that. I'm not condoning it at all. I think many of them should go to prison, like straight up prison. But I'm walking back in here to just get a drink. But I think a lot of them, you do a shooting club? Oh, I fucking love shooting clay pigeons. I love that. I used to do it with my friend all the time. Yeah. I'm just gonna walk. I'm gonna tie down my umbrella too, so I can carry a drink in my hand. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take my pack off for just a sec. I don't know if I can do this without it being a problem. I'm gonna try though. I have to take this out. I get good at this, so let me practice. It says this still feels like it has a tripod on it, which is kind of nice. Oh god. I'm backing on the road a bit. I just want to repack. Alright, how's that going to work? I got to get good at getting the pack off without too much hassle. Does that work? Yeah, I got him last night. I got him. We ran out of power last night. I was outside yesterday during the storm. You should go watch that VOD. Yesterday I was out for an hour and a half in the rainstorm. That's why I brought this. This thing is like fucking crazy ass amazing. It's so cool. I love it. We have a couple hours of good daylight to go walk. Still, so I'm gonna do that. I'm trying to figure out how to strap this. I think I can strap it. Oh wow, it's got a side pocket. Shit. It just keeps getting better and better. Shit, I love this thing. I love it. Probably for trekking poles, I'm guessing. Yeah. I bet that's like for a trekking pole, you know? Swag? Yeah? You gonna try using it? What song is that? That's the random screen. My wife puts here. My wife puts the screensavers on the big screen. I don't know which one that one is, but that's what's up. You know what? Here, just let me take a drink real quick. Sit down, and before we go, take a little break. I'm going right back out because this is a great day and I want to take advantage of it. I'm going to be coding again tonight for sure. I've got a lot, not a lot, but I got to wrap up this thing that's due tomorrow. I don't know. They fold with the top side to the inside of the clips. I think I have seen those. Yeah. I'm a little bit afraid of them leaking just a little bit. You know, this one I was in for like a full hour before it started leaking. The sound, I'm kind of far away. The mic is right here. So, what else did I miss in the chat that I can go look at? What other interesting things you guys say in here? Flash flood alert, yeah. Do you like the dining table? That's my wife's idea. I love it. It also is really good for projects. Because you can like see the contrast, like when I pull out all my gear to do the rig thing, I'm gonna have a picnic table. You know, people have those like technical build tables for the computers. I'm gonna have a picnic table. Like, we love your picnic because you can see like relative size and everything. You don't really need all the extra shit. I like it a lot. A shooting club might be a thing. We'll actually pass one. There's a shooting club down here actually. Real gun in your whole 40-year life, except police. Yeah, I shoot 22s and stuff. I've never shot a handgun. I haven't shot a handgun yet. I want to learn. Yep. Unless you're spending several hours every day training situation. I agree. And that's I know that. I've had my ex-father-in-law, he was a police sheriff. Cut off in the fetal position, roll over dead. And, oh, okay, this is kind of morbid. One of the cops got pulled out, and he was getting lynched, like bad. He was getting lynched, and you know what got him to stop them lynching him? There's like video of it. He started screaming at it. He goes, "I'm a father. I have children," and everybody just dropped him. See, this is the thing about the insurrectionists. They were good people. A lot of them were good people who were just totally fucking screwed up. I mean, they some of them actually thought that they were going to find like children locked up in rooms in the back alleys and stuff. They were like really that fucking weirded out. I cannot believe they actually got to believe that. Right after that, by the way, I watched the documentary on Heaven's Gate cult. Because I'm asking myself, how the fuck does somebody come to believe the shit that these people believe? These people, there was a guy who went with an M16 into a pizza place, Pizzagate, and he was knocking tables over and shit because he thought that there were children being molested by Hillary Clinton and all of her people. He really believed it. And when he came out, there was little people there. He's like, "I don't know," and he just put his gun down. He's like, "I'm sorry, officer." "Yes, officer." He goes, "What were you doing in there?" He goes, "I was trying to find the kid. I was trying to find the kids." And he's like, "What are you talking about?" And he's like, "You know, pedophilery." And the guy, it's just, oh, he's not even, I wouldn't even say we're stupid. They weren't stupid. They were just totally beguiled. They were just totally beguiled by just crazy ass thinking, and it's just insane. And then you have people that are deliberately doing it. I don't know. I'm not gonna do the gun thing. You should feel needed to have a gun. I agree too. You shouldn't have to think you have a gun. Dunning-Kruger and guns are uncovered. Yes, it's true. Do you like that, Batman? I do love it. It was a Cap police officer. I'm sorry about that. You're right. It wasn't a Secret Service agent. Yeah, that was really important correction. It was Capitol Police. Actually, I don't know if that was Capitol Police. Because he didn't have Capitol Police gear on. There were Secret Service people and there were Capitol Police people. If he was Capitol Police, he wasn't wearing the same clothing as the other Capitol Police officers, according to what I remember seeing. I do think it's an important distinction. Yeah, because I mean, the Capitol Police, they did the best that they could with what they got, you know. So yeah. Hey, how's it going, Pacemaker? Firearm, yeah. Range shooting somewhere. They have one right by us. They have range shooting right down the street from us. It's North Carolina. But I don't want to give you the wrong idea. I'm not, you know. Would you say that your program can lead to a better job than the Lands market? No. I don't know. It depends on the market, John. Well, first of all, Leon, even though he's doing web stuff, right? Leon has a lot of direct access to people who are hiring. So, you know, that's important. We should probably come back and talk about that. Typing anyway. Multiple impromptu essays, yes. What camera is this? It's a GoPro. It's a GoPro on wide right now, instead of like the fisheye one. Yeah. You have audio video desync. You have, how much? How much is it? Here, let me listen. Let me listen for a second.
Lucky Gunner is a pretty good channel
Oh,
for
God.
gun stuff.
I'll have to go look at that later. I'm sorry. How bad is the desync? It's pretty bad, isn't it? I have a desync setting. I can go change it. Yeah. With plenty of paying. I think web has a lot of jobs. The problem is that the web jobs, I don't know. As I said before, I lived through the .com crash and there was nobody hiring web devs. I was a web developer and I lost my job inside of the company, and I kept the company job, but I had to go find another job within the company. And they hired me for a job that went away. And it was a web dev. So that's been my experience. Other people might have different experience. I mean, it could be that the number of web jobs for good web jobs is so high that it will weigh out the storm. I'm not slamming web in general. I don't get me wrong. I make jokes about web devs all the time, but because they tend to think that they're God's gift to the world, and they love taking over language that everybody else uses for something else just because they want to, like things like full stack and API and Node. Oh, that's another meeting I'm supposed to call in. I'm not going to call in on that though. Yeah. I mean, it's not a bad field. I just think that should tell you something about the need for cloud security and jobs in the security sector. I think cloud security is probably the single biggest job I would recommend for people, because it's both operations and it's security. But goddamn, that's a lot of learning. You'd have to learn all of Kubernetes, Docker Cloud, and security stuff that goes with it. It take a long time to learn all that, and nobody's teaching it. You have to learn it on your own. All right, break is over. I'm going to go for another walk. Sorry about the audio video desync. I'll look into that. Thank you for letting me know, though. Nobody's mentioned anything before. I think that actually sneaks in over time. It doesn't start out that way. Yeah, it's actually something you can change in Bellbox from the default. So there's going to be some rustling here while I put this on. This will pack back in. What am I drinking? Oh, it's just seltzer water. That's just seltzer water. It's going to make me burpy. It's just water. I am trying something I've never done before. I'm going to try to put the pack on while it's still on. So I'm being really careful. Internships in cloud security? God, I don't know. That's a tough one, man. First of all, I have no basis for it. I don't know anything about the security field, because I've never worked in security other than writing auditing, which is indirectly related to security. So ask somebody who's in security. I would really love for them to chime in if there's anybody out there who has the answer to that. I mean it. I don't know. I went in beginning of last year. I was trying to chart my own path into the security field. I ended up going into cloud instead, because I know cloud better. There's more money in it, and it's something I could do faster. And then I figured I'd parlay that into security later, which I still think is a valid way of going about it. I really agree with that. But so I turned my light on. That was weird. Holy shit, it goes through my light. Did you see this? That was a total accident, but it kind of works. This is in case it gets light. I know, I feel like Batman IRL streamer, with all my little gadgets on. I know, I don't want to be too big a gearhead. But I know that music's getting kind of annoying too. How's that? How's that? We back? More or less back. Oopsie, I clipped it. I didn't mean to. I gotta put this over here. There's certain things you have to do just right. All right. I guess I could I got my gear on now, so I'm not trying to be like 80s rock star. Oh, hey, look, I look like Boba Fett. I got a missile. I just have to take the hand thing off of it. I got a missile now. You see that? You can't really see it because you're far away, but anyway. You made us send some indicators from the clock to OBS through to Android emulator. Ooh, very cool. Sounds exciting. I hate that we have to put our trash outside now. Really lame, but whatever. Yeah, I'm glad you guys are talking about good career things though, because I have some Kubernetes things to talk about if anybody wants to talk about them later. Oh man, that umbrella just added some weight is all it did. God, I feel like I'm a little bit, that's what it is, there's more weight in the back. So I got to strap down in the front a little bit more. Yeah. Yeah, the back has a little bit more weight. And when it has water in it, that's gonna be a thing. I'm gonna have to rethink that. But not right now. Right now we're fine. Right now we should be fine. Hey. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Burping in your ear like that. I am really sorry. It was good though. I managed to send indicators from the cloud to OBS through Android emulator. I don't have a career in that. Yeah, on the security thing, I really don't know. Hey, Expert Chief. Thanks for coming. Yeah, I think we talked about this. Go back to the whole blue chip investment thing, right? Like if you don't know what to learn, then learn the basics, and then build up on those. And tell people what your plan is. I think you can get a job. I did. I think you can get a job based on what you're planning to learn, as long as you sound like you have a career path. You know what you're working on, and you've demonstrated progress along that path. I read articles every day that are brief articles about, so this company is Intel, for example, today. Intel is expanding, is reducing their hiring constraints in order to cast the broader net, I think was the title, right? So you got all these companies that are like, what the fuck? They can't get anybody. So that is still a thing, but they don't want entry-level people. I mean, some companies do. I've been really taken to task on that in the chat before. I've said, make yourself senior and don't apply until you're, kind of senior, and everybody's like, no, don't do that. Apply when you're entry level. There's still companies that are hiring entry level, they're hiring interns and stuff like that. I don't have access to those people as much as I used to. I've placed several interns and people with companies when I was working with them one-on-one into local companies. I've had local companies call me and say, hey, you got anybody? And I placed lots of those people. I would say probably a couple dozen. But I've only dealt one-on-one with maybe 200, 300, 500 people in my career on the side at SkillStack, and that's because I had very long-term relationships with the people I mentor. The average length of time that I mentor a person was 2 or 3 years, and that we're talking about 45 minutes to an hour a day. I mean a week, every week for 4 years. And a lot of them, they grew up through their teen years with me, and then they went on to do amazing things. Some of them were graduates from college who didn't get a job because they majored in psychology or something, and then they got great jobs. So that's just telling you where my experience is, so you can make your own decisions about stuff. Wait, did we stop streaming? We're still streaming, right? I'm still there. Everything's still good? Just checking. I really want to clean this up. This is driving me crazy. This is really, it makes me so crazy that people just think they can throw their shit here. That really bothers me. But whatever, humans are humans. It's like, it's my house too, so I can throw my shit in it. Well, I just don't understand it. I don't understand what possesses people to think that they can throw a piece of trash on the ground and that, by the way, we're going to do that too. I'm going to do an IRL pick up trash stream or pick up dog shit stream. Like, who's going to clean up the dog shit? Now, I understand if your dog is sick or something and it's a little bit harder to deal with and kind of have to wait. We've had to leave dog poop out on occasion. But that's usually not the case. People are dicks, man. I have to focus on the positive people. Because, I mean, you know, I do. I have to force myself, I have to force myself to think more positively about the people in the world. Because if I think about those people, I start to get angry and I start to think that's how everybody is. Like, I'm watching the insurrection thing and I'm going, is that how everybody is? And I'm like, no. The best part is like, we're the people, we're the people. Like, what about the millions of fucking people who stayed home and are not raiding the Capitol right now? What about them? Are they not people? We're doing this for them. Are you sure? Because at least half of them disagree with you. I don't know. It's just, I don't know how people do that. And I'm talking about it because I never want to be that person. Not because I'm attacking them. I just... Such a nice day. Great, happy day. We could probably walk through that church. I'm just not dressed for walking through a church right now. They're open right now. They got the Welcome Center. Yep. I mean, we've walked through this graveyard. How many times have we walked through this graveyard? Yeah. Yeah. They expect you to master a lot of things for internship positions. That's true. Yeah. Internship positions, they expect you to master a lot of stuff. I think that's true in India. I've heard that in India. And Poland and Russia. Those are the countries I've at least had somebody tell me I can't just apply for an internship. I have to actually know something before I can even apply. No littering, please be respectful. Police to act as enforcement agents. No roller skating. Well, what if somebody here likes to roller skate? No roller skating on the graves. That would be wrong. This is an American cemetery. It does always make me wonder, why do they build the cemeteries by the churches, you know? By the way, if I die, I don't want to be buried in a cemetery. I want to get cremated. Part of me wants to be dedicated, have my body dedicated and cut up for medical purposes, but I'm like, who wants a fucking old guy in his 40s, you know? True story. This is a true story I'm about to tell you. It sounds like it's kind of Tales from the Crypt kind of story. This actually happened. So, I told you my friend is a surgeon, right? In college. Oh, it's a turkey? Okay. Oh wow, we got a baseball team going. Well, this would be kind of fun to walk by. It looks like it looks like a church baseball league. This is a fun time to go out and walk because all the schools are still doing shit. Stuff. Sorry, I shouldn't swear. I wonder if they mind me just walking down here. I'll tell you my story in a bit. You guys know about baseball? You guys know about baseball? What do you know about baseball? What do you know about baseball? Oh, that was a big pickup. You picked up that grounder. Nice. That was nice. I did baseball. I was in kind of a Bad News Bears team. I actually really like baseball. It's just kind of been ruined. Makes me want to get a mitt, actually. There's nothing more satisfying than catching a baseball in a really well-oiled mitt. It feels so satisfying. I don't invest in that kind of stuff, no. American ball. Yeah. This is a perfect day for this practice. Come on, go, dude. Seriously, like those mitts that they have on, my mitt was like my baseball mitt was one of my favorite possessions of life. Because it just feels so good on your hand. It just feels so good on your hand. And when you catch a baseball right in the pocket, or you snag one or something, the feeling of catching a baseball in a mitt is very satisfying. It's kind of addicting, you know? You got cricket? And that's why people play catch, because it's just so much fun to play catch. I really, really liked baseball. And I never got into softball because the ball was too big. And it didn't provide that same satisfaction. When you have that, it kind of slaps your hand, but it doesn't really hurt it, the kind of thing going on, you know? There's just something really magical about catching a baseball in a really well-conditioned mitt. Yeah. T20 cricket player, interesting. Yeah. I just have such great feelings, remembrance of that. My dad had a really, really great mitt, and he helped me oil down a mitt. And we played catch every once in a while as kids. We weren't big into baseball. We'd do tennis too a lot. We did a lot of stuff. So we're going to walk through another suburb down here that you guys haven't walked through in the daytime. I'm just going to keep walking through the suburbs until I've covered most of these suburbs pretty well, and then maybe we'll walk to Rocky Creek. I think I just felt a raindrop, but it's not too intense, and we're still kind of by cover. If anything goes wrong, I can hop under cover and get my umbrella out. Oh, sports are unhealthy, yeah. Yeah, American football is crazy. Running's not unhealthy unless you overdo it. Here's Taekwondo. Here's another sport. There's probably people in there right now. This is a Taekwondo place. Taekwondo. Yeah. It's a martial art. Running? High risk of injury in running? And yeah, I mean, I did 4 years of cross country. It's funny because I actually did wrestling too for 2 years. And they were like, if you're gonna do wrestling, you gotta do cross country. I'm like, why? And they're like, so that you can stay trim and stuff. Well, okay. And the coach was really just trying to get more people for cross country because nobody wanted to do it. Because all you do is run. Cross country is fucking painful, man. It's like, it's a Pixel 6 regular. The pros got problems, I heard. I kind of reviewed it a little bit yesterday. I'm still a Pixel kind of guy, but because I'm kind of in the Google ecosystem, and I think their natural language processing is better than everything else, which is good because I'm like all about, you know, hey, I want to do Ding Chat and talk into it and say, hey, timestamp, blah, 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 right? Knees and plantar fasciae? I don't know about that. I mean, it depends on how much you run and what kind of running, if you're sprinting and all that jazz. I'd say slow running is one of the most natural human things you could ever do. If it's anything in great amounts, right? I think there's a pretty solid case for that, for humans being biologically prone to running relatively moderate distances and then stopping. That's why we're so efficient at it, bipedal, right? I think. According to Yale. You try Taekwondo? Jiu-Jitsu is awesome, yeah. Yeah, I mean, trashing those parts for sure. God knows I have. I like flat feet shoes though, and I don't think my plantar have ever really died on me. Oh, hey, wow! Here's the fire truck again. He had his guns blazing. I mean, not guns blazing. I didn't realize there was a Gar Street. Good. I didn't realize there was a gardening place here. That's relatively new. This is virtually impossible for me to cross. There's no crosswalk. There's no crosswalk. I'm just gonna go for it. I'm gonna go for it. Because there's no crosswalk. I'm taking my life in my hands, I know, but God bless America. To run distance, oh yeah, people get fucked up running all the time. Yoga too. Oh my God, all the people who get yoga injuries is insane. Because they like think that they think the harder they do it, the better, right? It's like that good old American ethic, you know, no pain, no gain. And it's like, that's not how it works. It's not how it works. Yeah. There goes a Harley wannabe. You can tell because it doesn't have the broken engine sound. Harley Davidsons are famous because of bad engineering. The potato sound of the Harley Davidson, potato, 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 is actually because their cylinder firings are fucked up. And it's become so ingrained into the whole thing. Harley Davidson had to patent and trademark their fucked up engine design just to get the sound right. That's how you can tell. You can tell any motorcycle right away, whether it's a Japanese-made motorcycle, Japanese-made, or there's a Japanese. There's like, you know, I had one, right? I had a Yamaha. There's like Japanese-made motorcycles that try to sound like a Harley. The problem is that their pistons actually work, so it doesn't sound like a Harley because they fucking patented the sound. They patented the sound of Harley Davidson. They're like, no, you can't. You can tell the difference. Like from miles away, you can hear a motorcycle and you can tell whether it's a Harley or not. Yeah, it's crazy. We were supposed to talk about Kubernetes. We haven't been talking about it much. How it feels. Yeah, lately I've been doing a lot more fast walking, right? The BMWs have a crazy ass sound. They are really great. I think the Triumph comes pretty damn close too, without getting stupid about it. Triumph is my favorite bike. If I had any bike to buy right now, it'd be either a Ducati. Oh, just saying that made me a little excited there for a second. Oh my God. I kind of want a Ducati. I kind of want a Ducati. I will die. I would die in the first 5 years. If I got a Ducati in South Carolina, or North Carolina, I would totally be dead. I'd be dead within 2 years, probably. And not because I'm an idiot. I mean, you can be the most cautious driver ever on a motorcycle and you'll go down. My dad has gone down so many times we stopped counting. He got rear-ended by a semi on an overpass, and because he was a gymnast, he actually flipped out of it. It was crazy. Knocked him out and he landed on his feet, gnarled his feet up. He was in the bed in the hospital for days, but he survived. And if he did a backflip in the air because he's a trampolinist, and he landed on his feet. If he had come down on his head, it would have killed him. Or it was on an overpass, so if he'd gone over the overpass, it would have killed him. He's been hit so many times. He's put his bike down so many times. My mom's always like, you know, you have 8 kids, right? She's like, he loves it. Can't take it away from him. Yeah, yoga's hard at the beginning. But most people who do yoga don't even know what yoga is. Yeah, yoga, chitti vritti nirodha. That's what yoga is. Chitti vritti nirodha. Limiting the fluctuations or the spinnings of the mind. That's what yoga is. The purpose of yoga is to quiet your mind, to be at peace. It's not to have a kick-ass bod and do tantric sex. Also, byproducts of yoga, not necessarily the goal. Or learn how to do handstands. I mean, whatever brings you to yoga, fine, as long as you stay with it. Yeah. Advanced bike license. Knocked him off. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah, people will come at you, man. The other bike I want to get is a not a, what is it called? A Triumph. Just a good classic Triumph. A classic Triumph. I mean, Triumph goes way back, way before Harley Davidson. Yeah, I think there were Triumphs in the war, actually. beautiful day to walk. The birds agree. They're like singing up their praises. I really don't know where I'm going, but I don't care. We'll travel. I'm getting bloated though from walking. Anybody ever had this problem? When you go walking, when you go walking past a certain amount of time, like if you hike and stuff, my belly kind of bloats. And it's not because I'm hungry. I'm almost positive it's because you're digesting and your blood's starting to flow and everything, you know. It's crazy because the next morning I'll be back to normal, but while I'm walking, I get a little bit bloated. I do not know why that is at all. I don't have any basis for that. If there's any actual hikers who know why that could be, I would love to know. I'm gonna be doing this for a long time. That's been something that's been. I've just noticed that my whole life. Like when we do like long ass bike trips in Moab, it's the same thing too. You get belly bloat, you get water in there and stuff. Kind of gross to talk about, but yeah, this is a suburb. So this is the same suburb we've come to many times. It has something to do with the diaphragm and oxygen. It might. I don't know. I thought I'd ask. Maybe there's a doctor in the house or something. And you get farty, you know. Oh, this is something that I fucking hate. This is only in North Carolina. I saw these things. This is so fucking dangerous. You see these right here? I have never seen this. I think these should be illegal. Do you see this right down here? This is a metal edging. It's a metal edging that is so sharp you could slice your foot right off in it. And they put these things here so that you never ever have to deal with the edges of your lawn. You know what I mean? There's nobody ever edging these lawns because they have these really crazy ass metal guides, right? But you fall on that shit, you'll slice yourself right open. I cannot believe they do that. I cannot believe they do that. It should be illegal. Because this is what happens. They get chipped off and they get all cut and everything. And it's just like a razor blade. You just it's like a razor blade sitting straight up, waiting for somebody to accidentally step on, like I just did. Thank God I have a steel plate in my shoes. My other shoes probably would have cut right through them. It's just fucking insane. I've never seen them. I mean, I've lived all over the country in a lot of different places. I've never seen them. They're here. They're really prevalent here. It's like, oh, you cut your foot. Tough, sucks to be you, you know, kind of thing. Hey, there's a runner with a runner pack on. Okay, so this is suburban America. We're walking around in suburban America right now. That's talk softer. That's talk softer. Plastic. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, she got the shirt. Doing her planting. I'm not going to be able to get away from talking to somebody if I walk through here. Because it's like 4:30, everybody's coming home from work. Actually, they won't be here till 5 or 6. I'm just going to walk around this suburb for a while. Do you guys want an angle shot, or do you like the shot you have now? What kind of shot do you want? Do you want a better shot? A more wide angle shot? I can actually put it so that it points right at the houses if you want. We can just do FPOV still. I'll just keep it like that. What is that? Like some sort of like thing. This is typical American suburb. I would say this is straight up right dead center middle class neighborhood. Dead center middle class. I mean, the stuff on the lake is kind of upper middle class and upper class. I would say stuff here is middle to upper mid. Middle to upper mid. We would have had a house in here. This is almost exactly like the neighborhood I came from. We'll go through my old neighborhood actually. At some point I'll walk you through there. You just know how Kubernetes works? Keep hearing the news about how bad the drought is. Oh, in California? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about California. Down here we have not had a drought. We've had the opposite of a drought. I'm getting fucking rain every day. It's funny, one season we had a huge drought, and then not. Hey, you guys were wondering where the sidewalks are. Here you go. This is where they are. Who was asking about that? So I was like, why are there no sidewalks there? Oh, here you go. Tons of fucking sidewalks. In fact, I kind of want to know where this goes. Because they're paid for by the HOA. Oh my god. Where the fuck does this go? Oh my god, there's a sidewalk. There's a fucking sidewalk. I didn't even know about this. I gotta figure this out. Beautiful, huh? This looks more like Europe. Because it's a suburb. You know? Somebody actually in their patio there. Watch it end. Watch it just fucking end with like nothing. It did. Watch. There's like literally nowhere to go. Okay, we're done now. No sidewalk. I mean, they could have put a sidewalk here, but they don't own the land, so they can't do it because they don't own the land. The state owns the land. So they have to walk around the corner. Okay, I'm learning things here. I'm learning about how to route myself next time if I want to get to the Rocky. We're gonna walk to Stumpy Creek Park. I think we can actually walk all the way up there. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to walk up to Stumpy Creek Park today. Come back, take a nap, get back to work. I just like walking while there's daylight, you know. Hey, pup. Hi. How are you? You have an eye patch. Was that? No, that's not your eye patch. You have like hair in your eye. She had like hair, a doggy. Happy doggy. Happy little doggy. God, the weather is perfect, everybody. The weather right now is just gorgeous. It is. It's like super fragrant, but no pollen because it's all like, you know, it got rained out. The pollen got settled down with the rain. It's one of the reasons I do like the rain is it will get all the, it'll kind of clean the air from all the pollen temporarily. You know? Limiting water. And they have doggy stops here. You can take free things. Free things to go clean up after your dog, and big ass lawns. I had a house kind of like this one, but it was like right across from the park and a tiny little lawn, and I loved it because I didn't have to mess with my lawn too much because we had a park and they did the lawn all day, every day across the street. We would just go across the street. Yeah, North Carolina has tons of green. Yeah. That's one thing there's plenty of here. There's lots of... It's what we fell in love with, honestly, when we came here the first time, my ex-wife and I. We came during, I think it was May, and it was just so beautiful. It was so beautiful, and there was that humidity that's going on right now. You know, it kind of felt like Disneyland, and I have like childhood memories of going to Disneyland, which is very humid. But it had that same kind of balmy, humid, warm air, and you know, the green everywhere. And at the time, I really liked it because I was used to dry, arid, you know, western things like Utah and Idaho. And I got to tell you hey, that guy's got my car. It's my same car. We're gonna pass this development. I want to see if if it actually goes through anywhere. But when I was here, there's the crepe myrtle. I'm allergic to this. Okay, I've got to hold my breath. These are huge crepe myrtles. Oh, guess what? It's another American sidewalk. We're done now. We're done with the sidewalk now. Why would you need a sidewalk? What kind of crazy person are you? All right, fine. I will comply. Not walking on Perth, that's for damn sure. That's a major road. You want to see me dead, walk on that road. By the way, does anybody want to know why I'm not biking on these roads? Have you seen any shoulder whatsoever to bike on? There's none. This is the first state I've ever lived in that has 2 inches of shoulder between the white line and the mud. Every other state I've ever lived in has at least a foot. Has at least a foot. They have like a foot and a half. They have at least enough to fit a bike tire. You cannot ride a bike on these streets and not be in the road. It's impossible. And even though the laws on the books say they're supposed to go around you and stuff, do you think any of those people in that big fucking parking lot of a traffic jam are going to give a shit about a biker? Hell no. I can't. The thing that sucks about it is there's no access roadways to get here. There's no way to do. You have to go completely off the, there's no trails to go to that link it together. So the only way to get to where I'm at now is to do the walk that I did through the graveyard and everything and try to go through that intersection, which isn't too bad, but imagine taking a bike through all that shit. Yeah. Every state has their own laws, that's very true too. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's fun. Look. I mean, there's certain advantages to the suburbs. I mean, look how quiet it is. Everybody's just peacefully living out their lives. Everybody has their own copy of the same tools in their garage. They all bought at Lowe's or Home Depot, like good Americans. Well, they don't share tools because they learned a lesson when they were young. They had some bad experience with somebody who then it's a tool dude never gave it back. So now they all buy their own tools. It doesn't make any logical sense. It doesn't make any logical sense as a society, but that's what we do. The idea that, a neighborhood block could share the same power washer as communists. How dare you suggest I don't have the right to own my own exact pressure washer as my neighborhood who's 30 feet away. I use my pressure washer at least twice a month. I mean, what if they're using their pressure washer on this same exact day? It's like, I just, sometimes when you take when you go up a notch and you kind of like back away from humanity and you look down at what we do, some of these practices seem pretty silly. Just moved to the Netherlands. Yeah, I've actually thought about it. I thought about moving to the Netherlands. I mean, there's always give and take, right? There's always give and take. Mooresville Strong in honor of Officer Sheldon. Oh, boy, there must have been an officer shot. I mean, we've been seeing the blue line thing. We've been seeing the blue line thing a lot. I think that must be what happened, and I didn't see it happening. That makes more sense now. You remember we were walking like a week ago, we were seeing all the blue line stuff and the in memoriam thing. There must have been an officer that got shot. That looks like there was. 10 sharing groups. You haven't tried it so far? Yeah. Hackerspaces and social. I think that would be fun. I think a hackerspace is kind of the beginning of it, right? I think hackerspaces are kind of the beginning. I think particularly the younger generation, they're kind of waking up to it. They're like, this is stupid. Why Why can't we share? I don't need to have. I mean, if you're going to use it a lot, then yeah. I mean, like a lawnmower, for example, right? Lawnmower, I would have had a hard time because I mowed my lawn like 3 times a week. So, looks like that pool's all ready to go. It's a zombie apocalypse pool. There's nobody here. There are people playing, like shooting hoops and stuff, though. I don't have my key card. You cannot have glassware at the pool. You don't want anybody to drop their glass. Expensive. Maker stuff. And websites that share lawnmowers. I think a lot of people have started to do that actually. Makerspaces, yeah. Yeah, they got to pay a lot of things. There was a good makerspace in Charlotte, and then there was a ton of drama there. I actually had somebody tell me, "Oh, there's a puppy dog over there saying hi." It's a nice dog. There was a great hackerspace. I actually met one of the people that were running it. They wanted me to maybe partner with them or something when I was running SkillStack, because it wasn't really a makerspace. I had a kind of a tiny, almost like a closet, and I bought all the gear to do makerspace stuff, and that's where, you know, I had kids doing their own soldering and making their own Game Boy adapters and Raspberry Pi things. It was kind of a makerspace, but I kind of wanted to grow into the makerspace stuff. We bought 6 full sets of Legos. You know, the Lego, what are they called, with the robotic system in them? I still have them. I think we eventually donated them to a charity because we weren't using them. They are super cool, by the way. They're all programmed in Linux. Yeah, they run as a business. Yeah, they are. Yeah, makerspaces are very. The one thing that's what reminded me of it. The one thing that this guy had to say about makerspace was all of the drama. I had no idea. There's so much drama. There's so much drama in the makerspaces. So-and-so is using their thing wrong. So-and-so's not cleaning up. So-and-so comes on the wrong day. It was like, which does make you wonder, you know. I don't know, is it better to just buy it? You know? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I'm just asking questions like they say on Fox News, which I never watch, by the way. Never watched it. What are they celebrating? I want to go read it. I mean, if they're putting a thing in their lawn and I'm going to see what it says, how is that invading their privacy? Really? Right? It says Lake Norman High School, class of 2020. Jaylene, and congratulations. Congratulations to the graduate, Crosby Scholars. Crosby Scholars graduate. So everybody's, must be Father's Day is coming up. Class of 2026. Yeah, Father's Day and grads, dads and grads, they say. Father's Day in America. Hey, Bulver's dog. The most entertainment is the drama. Yeah. How you doing? I'm just walking. We're just talking. I'm kind of talked out, actually. I'm just enjoying the walk now. I kind of want to see if I can. I was hoping to find a path through this development to get to Rocky Creek. What is it called? There's a park that's nearby. See, this is where I need the map. Let's do that. Stumpy Creek Park. These are the upper middle class. It's just a typical suburb. It's a typical North Carolina suburb right here. Yeah. If I was still married to my ex-wife, we would be living in a suburb exactly like this. I'll take you to my old one someday. Yep. That's a beautiful house. I love that house. I really love that house. It's so gorgeous. I love that house. That's my favorite so far. and they're all fake, right? The reason they look good is because they're new. Give them 5 years, they'll be completely faded. I'll have to put completely new siding on them and everything because they're shit. They're shit. American houses are absolute shit. Look how big that one is, though. That one goes way deep. Got a play set in the backyard. It'd be fun, you know, if I can get myself invited to like a barbecue on July 4th or something, to just cover like an American barbecue, you know. The singles group used to have that. I'm not single anymore. They used to have an annual barbecue at somebody's house. They would like do up at the back and everything. That would be really fun to stream. Because you can't really see these backyards until you see stuff like that, right? A lot of these cars, they have 4 cars parked outside because they have 4 cars. If you have 2.5 kids, which is the American average, and if you have older kids, you're going to have 4 cars. 4 cars to maintain. Wait, what? Wait, this connects over here. I'm just exploring. Have you ever used Just Look at the House listings online for fun? Yeah, I used to. I used to list the house. That was my wife and I. That's what we did. My ex-wife. We would go to home shows and everything. All we did is just dream about bigger houses. That's all we did. All we did is dream. Oh, this is how we came in. Fuck. I don't want to go back there. I guess we could. Kind of hungry. I tell you what. Let's go to the Harris Teeter. And I'm gonna buy like a power bar. How about that? Very American thing to do. I've been walking for 3 hours without eating. I should probably go eat some, like a little bit of something. And I'll just eat it there, and we'll just keep walking. Smaller. I know the houses are getting definitely smaller. They mostly build concrete and put fake siding. Yeah. Brick is great. People don't use brick anymore. Even the brick houses here aren't good because they don't have any like scaffolding in the brick or anything. God, you see some of these like ancient English houses, right? That are built to last like 10 decades or 2 decades. Not in America. They don't, and the thing that sucks about that is you go to some of these old suburbs and you can tell it's an old suburb. It's like playing a game of SimCity, right? They're just ugly. They're really fucking ugly. $300 years, yeah. All wood houses, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. All wood houses are kind of not a thing, right? I do kind of wonder about this. So someone has their golf cart. They can't be troubled to walk to the store with their groceries. They can take their golf cart and get their groceries. In Europe, you know, you carry your fucking groceries. You put them on your bike. Around here, you take your golf cart. Apparently. Now, I kind of want to know where that goes now. I kind of want to know. But I'm hungry. I'm going to eat some food. Yeah, I mean, visiting is one thing. Living here is another thing. Look, I love my country. I talk critically about it because I'm just on a walk, you know. And I'm an old guy, and that's what we do. Bitch about everything wrong in our countries. No matter what country you live in. You run into an average 54-year-old, what are they going to do? They're going to bitch about their country somehow. I'm just being my normal self. There's that fire truck again. Now, I could either get a beer, or I could get some actual food. I should probably get food. Like real food. I don't know what kind of food, though. How much time we got? I'm gonna have to change batteries here pretty soon. I'm kind of testing the length of this battery. Oh wait, we need up. I think the command is up, right? Fuck. I need to make synonym for these commands. It is just like 2 hours. Okay, so we got about 2 hours left on this stream. There's a dentist. Mexican bar smells so fucking good. Oh, I kind of want to go in there. I really do. It smells so good. Monday, margaritas all day. Good, better, best. I'm just looking at the takeout here. You know what? I stink because I've been walking. I don't want to go into a restaurant. I stink. I've been walking. I don't want to go. I'm getting embarrassed, you know. I'm sure they don't care. What I need to find is a pub where all the athletes go, like after an event. There's like in Utah, there were places like in Arizona. Although we would go, I'd only go there with a crowd though, because I was non-Mormon, so I wouldn't drink. But I remember there's one pub in Riggins, Idaho, where all the firefighters would come in. It was like right out of a movie. They would have like all the black soot on them and everything, and they'd be all sweaty and just ripped to shreds, girls and guys. And they would come. I remember because I was on the drive around, and they would walk in, and it was just like, holy shit! It was like, seriously, it was like slow mo. And they're like had the soot on them. They've been fire jumping, parachuting into these fires and fighting them all day. They were just so sexy. They were so sexy and just ripped to shreds and all. I was like, they didn't give a shit about that pub. They walked in there, they smelled horrible, but they smelled like smoke and BO. I mean, all right, it's gonna die for a bit here while I walk around, but. Shrimp cocktail. There's all the Memorial Day shit. Where's all the... I probably should get a banana actually. If I can find a ripe one. If I get an orange? It sounds really good. It sounds really, really good. I want an orange and I want a banana. That's grapefruit. A navel orange. I'm gonna get an orange. I have to like pack out this shit though. I kind of want an orange. Oh, there's only. Oh, that's for display only. I had to put a tag on that because people like me would buy it. I only want half. Should I buy an apple? Should I buy an apple or an orange? This orange looks so fucking good. I want one. I'm getting an orange. What else? Oh, they have mangoes. They have mangoes. You guys know how to juggle? Should I juggle for you? I don't have to buy them all. I actually know how to juggle. I learned. Ooh, tomatoes. I can almost eat those raw. God, they look so fucking good. I might eat a tomato raw with some salt. I'm gonna eat some tomato raw. Sandwiches? Nah. Do I have to buy the whole thing? Or can I just buy one? Oh, here's like one. Oh my god, look at that tomato. Look how great that is. These are also citrus, by the way. If I get that, I gotta get one with a number on it. That one's like almost dead. I feel bad for putting it back, but they're gonna throw all this shit out anyway. It's so sad. If I get this, I gotta get some salt. Salt would be good on the orange too. Yeah. Ooh, okay, let's do this. I have to turn my sound back on. I'm gonna keep doing this. And they're gonna be like, how are you? Does this one have a label? It's super overpriced here, but I don't care. I mean, the thing about it, did you know it's better to hydrate from fruits and vegetables than from water? Go look it up. Go look it up. bananas are never ripe here. They're never ever ripe. Because, you know, they gotta time it right. I do want some salt though. I need like a little canister of salt. Ooh, those are so much better though. And with the rest of my pack, if I don't eat them. Oh, blueberries are in season. Shit. Oh my god. These are like so good. They're in season too. This will probably get me. I gotta get some salt. $10 for a basket of blueberries. Yeah. No food shortage. Beer too. In America, anyway. America's illegal. I need salt. That's all I need. I could probably just get it from the salad bar. I think you might be right. Who said salad bar? Genius. I don't want to just like buy a little salt shaker though, you know? How's the reception? Pretty good? Reception's still good? Uh-oh. Reception's effing. Uh-oh. There we go. Here we come back. It's come back. Yeah. Yeah, that's gonna, when I get 3 modems, that won't happen anymore. Yeah. It's because we're not getting very good reception right now. I'm just curious what we are getting. Let me check. Oh, we're not doing too bad. We're at 29,000. 2,900, I should say. Yeah, it just... Hi. Is there... Do you have salt? Just like a little packet of salt, that's all, just to go with my tomato.
Yes, sir. Right here by the salad bar, where it says salad bar.
Oh, okay. I'll go over there. Thank you, man. Another shooting? God damn it. I mean, if you want to talk about it, we can do it. It's just going to get worse. The country's in total chaos. I don't know if I need a whole bar for this. I just want this salt. Another shooting this salt. Elementary school? Are you fucking kidding me? Who thinks that that's okay? And where do I learn to shoot so I can kill them? We're talking about shootings. I don't want to talk about it. I mean, we can talk about the better parts of America. I don't want to give that attention right now. It kind of pisses me off. Oh, hey, look, here we go. Oh, shit. Right there, just waiting for me. And get a couple things of iodized salt for the road. Salt and pepper. I don't mind if I do. I'll take some pepper too. I'll put it in here in case they want me to pay for it. But was there a Dutch flag? Oh, because of the cheese, probably. Yeah, I don't know. Should I check myself out? I'm not going to check myself out. I mean, I'm paying so much money in here. Yeah, I cut it on purpose. I cut it on purpose. I cut it out on purpose because I was going outside. I mean, because I was checking out. You know what I mean? All right, so I'm going to try this other path down here. We'll see how that takes us. Back. I'm going to turn you up so I can hear what you have to say while I eat. While I eat, I'll put you over here in my pocket. I wish I had a better place to put you. I need a place to put this, like to just hang it, like some sort of thing. All right, how about right here? Oh, that's not good. Wait, I got an idea. I can take this off. I can put you through the ring. How's that? All right, somebody say something. All right, so somebody say something to test it. You're like, literally like on my, that's so funny.
Fanny pack.
Yeah. You're like, hey, you want to see? Look what I did. I found a way to hook you on.
Hi.
Hi.
Video is back, by the way, sorry.
It's bad. It's not bad now. It'll get better. It's bad because I went into the place.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. The video was bad because I went in the shopping store.
This could get interesting.
Yeah, it could. This is actually from like a plot from another.
Back. Boot Kappa.
Boot. It's funny, like you literally like hanging off of my. Like anybody can see my phone. If they walk up to me, it'll show them exactly what's getting streamed. I need to clean up this. My cleaning techniques. All right, we're gonna go down here and we'll go for a walk.
PY Dad, I'm falling.
What? I'm falling. It's so funny. It works perfectly. I didn't even know that was going to be like. I could actually put you even higher, so you're like on my middle of my chest, like up by. It's really convenient because I don't have to carry anything. God damn. Oh my god, so good. It's so good. It's gross, I know. I'm just eating a raw tomato. So fucking good though.
But you didn't wash it.
I did too wash it. I rubbed it on my shirt. Are you my wife? I mean, the Caesar's some of the good. Actually, the Caesar were the.
Ooh. My bad. KKKKKK. Probably covered in Monsanto flavorings.
Oh, I'm sure it is. Oh god, it's so good.
Soon to be ex-wife.
Soon to be ex-wife. Is that her saying that, or should I be worried? Oh my god. Sorry. It's like really gross. I'll tell you what though. It's super thirst quenching too because it's like so succulent.
That's not how you supposed to clean a tomato. No, her.
Definitely not. I apologize for that. Oh my god, I was so thirsty. I put my trash. But this, my friends, is biodegradable. Therefore, did I make it to water? No. Because I did. Now, for dessert. Oh my god, that was so good. It's exactly what I wanted. Oh my god, my hands are a mess though. Another iodized salt packet. A little bit of trash, but not much. My receipt. There's a trash can up here. I might have to sit down and peel this thing. I
Do
spilled.
you know Rammstein? Laughing face.
Do I know what? Rammstein? No, I don't know Rammstein. Who's Rammstein? Vibing Creator? Who's that? I don't know who that is. Oh my god, this is the first time I've ever been here. It's really kind of pretty here.
Music author.
Rammstein? Oh, I have kind of heard of that. I should put
Band.
I should put that music on.
Heavy rock band.
Oh, I do.
Hashtag sarcasm.
I have heard
Did they do
Rammstein.
Sandstorm?
I have definitely heard of Rammstein before. Yeah. Definitely heard of them.
German heavy rock band.
Yeah. I do. That's where I heard of them
Du
before.
hast.
How's it going? House. How's it going, Jeep?
Radio is my fave. Du hast mich.
Radio is what? Oh my god, I wish you could smell this. Smell. Smell that? You can smell it, you know you can. Oh my god, it smells so good. It smells so good.
Radio is a Rammstein song, lol.
Oh, it is. No.
They do great shows with fireworks.
Do they?
That orange looks mid AF.
Oh my god. Oh my god, it's so fucking good. It cost me like $1. I mean, that's the one thing about citrus. It's like, God put this...
Rammstein has a song called Radio, no touch typing when it's playing skeptical smiley face.
Oh. No touch typing when it's playing.
It smells like juice.
Oh, it does. It's like, it's like, why did God make oranges smell so good? You know? If you believe in God. Or whatever. Why did nature make them smell so...
Wow, that orange is a beast.
I know, because I'm thirsty. I was like really fucking thirsty. So, ASMR.
Everything bigger in the us lol.
ASMR orange eating. Oh god, look out, that's... God damn. Probably so full.
Right now I am looping Sensucked and Buck Dick XD.
Are you? Okay.
Orange is good. Tangerine is the fruit of the devil.
Tangerines are devil food, huh? What's the difference? I'm gonna get roasted for asking that. They're all good. Are you a fruit bigot? You are. You sound like a fruit bigot to me. Oh my god. And plus it was refrigerated.
The smell is awful.
That's true. That's true.
Enjoy your juicy orange.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm not dripping all over you guys. That's what she said. I'm like dripping all over the...
Of a tangerine.
Yeah, the smell of a tangerine is horrible compared to oranges. I agree.
I knew this guy that didn't eat fruits or veggies.
Ever?
Only meat.
Only meat? You know, that's fine. You know.
Lol.
Oh my god. I know it's gross. I'm like an ape right now. I feel like an ape. Ooh, ooh, ah, ah, ooh. Oh my god. It's kind of like a water catch down there. I never know why they do that. They do that in pretty much every development. Does anybody know why? Why did they build?
OOHOHHAUA. Good day for a walk. Jealous.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's nice and cool. Oh my god.
When fishing stream.
It's not. That's actually not a fishing pond, even though it's got a lot of fish in it. This is something that most developments will do. They'll build.
Rainwater has to have somewhere to go.
Is that what it is? So they do it to keep it from like eroding, right?
Prevents sinkholes and such with all the pavement. You won't have vitamin C and get scurvy if you only eat meat. Not like fishing, but fishing.
Huh. Mm. Mm. Oh my god, it's so good. You should see the.
Don't be fooled by the orange I got. I am still, Rob from the block. Have.
You guys are going to be really freaked out when I change the name. God, this is a huge orange. I'm like really full. You're going to be like really freaked out when I change the voice of my phone. Oh shit. It doesn't look like it goes anywhere. God damn it. I should probably turn you down. You're going to freak these girls out. Detention pond. No access permitted.
I could help myself, lol, sorry.
Oh, it is a detention pond. Private property, no trespassing. So it looks like it's just to...
Help US. Help, I am trapped in a basement. Orange, you glad we have a cute robot voice. Temporary settling ponds are an important part of housing developments.
Are they?
Provides a place for the water to enter the ground after the introduction of non-permeable cover like concrete, houses, etc.
Aha.
Help me, I am stuck.
Holy shit, you sound like you know a lot.
It's part of water management.
Is it? I did not know that. I did not know that. I feel informed. Just ask the robot on my chest. Oh, what is the reason for that? That's a cat. Oh my god, that's a cat.
The video of the guy IRL streaming and they
Can I?
said,
I'm streaming. Do you mind if I stream your cat?
gets me every
You don't
time.
care?
Hey,
We're
you-
gonna. She's okay. I'm Rob. My name's Rob.
That's nice looking neighborhood.
I just. You don't have to tell me your name. I try to stay away from people, but I got to stream that cat. Oh my god, she's so scared. That's what, I don't blame her. Or him. Do you see this cat?
I can't.
Oh my god, this is gonna get so clipped. That is such a gorgeous little kitty.
Thank you. He's
Oh.
just a little shy.
Yeah, of course. How do
You
you
can
keep?
pet him if you want.
How do you keep him from getting like a sunburn or something? I got a little oranges on my.
I put sunscreen on him.
Really?
I have to, or else he
Yeah.
gets sunburnt.
I'll get totally sunburned. What are you guys saying? Are you seeing the cat? I'm sorry, I have a kind of an international Twitch community.
Guys, be polite.
You're good.
Bulldog cat.
Be nice, everybody. Look at that cat. She put sunscreen on it. So amazing, so cute.
Random kitty encounter.
Random kitty encounter, indeed. And that puppy's all cute too.
Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
little brat.
We actually have a. I know dogs get like that. They're like, especially small ones.
He's crazy.
Yeah, I have a. We have a mutt who's kind of a lab mix with everything. Yeah, we live over in the apartment over there. Well, I sit in an art residency here, so we're just here for a year. But it's been fun. Hey, do you know if is there a path that goes through here, or do we have to go back out on the main road?
Yeah, it's like a little gray cat, but I always see her like down there,
Down there someplace
like
there's a
under
little.
that car, and then she just goes like around that other neighborhood.
Really?
Yeah,
What?
I don't know where she's at now.
All right, well, I'll go find it. Let's see if I can find. Thank you. Yeah, there's like picnic tables up here. Oh my god, this orange is so messy.
What nice people.
Super nice people. You know why?
Stranger danger, stranger danger.
Stranger danger. What are you saying that because they're the strangers, or they should be afraid of me?
Getting information from the locals.
Yeah, why not? God, here comes some more locals. You know why? This is a perfect time to come for a walk. Everybody's off work, I told you, right? And this is a beautiful night. It's a great time to get everybody's
Retention
walking.
basins and new watershed routes are a more common thing nowadays now that we better understand erosion and other impacts of disrupting the natural watershed.
Yeah. I wonder if there's any place, we are disrupting the natural watershed for damn sure. I wonder if there's any way down there though. Or somebody do the campfire there. I don't think there's any way down there.
What time is it now?
Right now it's 5:16.
What a nice place though. Cool
Yeah.
housing.
It is. This is relatively new stuff too.
For me is 11 p.m.
11 p.m. I mean, one thing about wearing my phone on my tummy is everybody knows what I'm doing.
At Lumplow Grumble, we are living in the same time zone.
No, I don't think there's a way down there. No, there's not. It's like it's a drop off right there. Oh my God, this orange is so huge. There's a perfect time to go for a walk. Everybody's out walking their dogs. My dog's stuck at home right now because I'm a bad person. I'm a horrible person. It's just like a garage accessway road, still public road.
Rob has a huge orange.
I do have a huge orange. It's almost gone. It's so big, my stomach is like busting right now. All the dog owners come out. Is it true that if you have a dog, you're going to meet more chicks? What do you think? I've heard people say that. I've heard people say, if you're single, get a dog, you'll meet more chicks. I'm like, okay.
You still eating that orange? Well,
I am. I've got 2.
100%. His huge orange is busting his stomach.
Yeah, it is my stomach.
Definitely. Yes.
Oh my God, you guys. Y'all.
Depends on the dog.
Depends on the dog. Good point.
And the chicks.
Good point. What's the hottest dog a guy can have? What's the hottest dog? If you ran into like a sort of cute guy who looked like they
Then
probably...
the bitch steals your dog.
The bitch steals your dog. That
Depends
happens.
on the park lol.
That actually happens. It's kind of sad that that does actually happen. Oh, there's the trail. That's what she was talking about. Oh, I want to go give her a nice happy kiss. It'd be nice.
The hottest dog is Japanese Akita.
Japanese Akita is the hottest dog?
I have one XD.
All right, what's our... If I start... Hey, give me an F on the stream or whatever you tell me if the stream goes dead, okay? Because I've never been down here. I have no idea where we're going. I'm glad I brought my trail shoes. My brand new trail shoes. I just bought them 2 days ago. These trail shoes are rocking.
Go explore Rob the Explorer. Okay, Labrador service dog or Shiba Inu.
Yeah? Labrador service dog? Hey, that would be kind of like ours. Yeah. If a guy has a bulldog, though, you're like, no, dude. Stop trying so hard. Or a guy with a pit bull. I mean, I'm sure there's dogs for different kind of people.
Whatever dog Henry Cavill carries around.
Oh my God. You carry a dog around? Henry Cavill's awesome, man. I love fucking Henry Cavill. I would do him. I'm just kidding.
Don't get a pug, you will meet crazy.
Oh my God, there's spider webs everywhere.
Or German Shepherd.
Spider webs everywhere. German Shepherds, so yeah, those are crazy. They're fun. Labradoodles. I love Henry Cavill's got to be one of my all-time favorite people right now. In the Hollywood scene, anyway. After doing Witcher and just saying fuck Witcher because I just love him. Plus he's also a younger boy in a family of older boys that beat him up all the time. Even though he's huge. Wow. They came to a fork in the road. What did they do? They found the sewer pipe over there. The question is, how are we going to get out of here? This is where I want to do the IRL thing.
I've got a German Shepherd.
You have a German Shepherd? Really? I don't think this is going to... I mean, maybe? This is where I need my gators,
At
goddammit.
Ascertainment send photos PLS. Beautiful nature.
It is definitely
I
beautiful.
love German Shepherds XD.
German Shepherds are nice. They just shed like crazy. Oh my God. Them and huskies. It's because the sewer's down here. There's like 2 sewer things. This is an access road. I think
He'll try get on Discord.
Discord? You're still trying to get on Discord, or you can't get on Discord, or you're trying to post something to Discord? Hey, wait, oh wow.
Discord.
Oh my God, there's a nature trail. I didn't wear my gaiters, goddammit. I should have. I knew I should have brought them with me.
Quest arrived from chat. 50 steps forward, turn right 90 degrees, 100 steps forward, ask the lady if she likes dogs.
Which lady? Oh my God, this is where I wish I had my super high-res.
I haven't joined the Discord lol.
Have you? This is where I need my high-res sound. Stereo sound. I wish you could hear the sound right now. Oh my God, this is such a beautiful sound.
I've got a Labrador and a small poodle.
This is so amazing, the sound. It's like totally stereophonic.
Rob has a huge orange.
My
Jump.
orange is gone, although I do still have sticky fingers because reasons. All right. It's like the yoga skills come in. I don't want
Stay
to.
there, Rob.
I don't want to drop my camera in there.
We hear it. It's awesome.
It is pretty fucking awesome. Probably enough. God, this is like right in suburbia. That's North Carolina for you right there. I swear to God, that's how I would characterize North Carolina. Like, you walk off of the road.
Oh, it's like playing a game. Rob had a huge orange and sticky fingers.
Yes, I know.
Press E to wash hands.
Press P. It's a POV. Those rocks are not very stable, though. I'll tell you, we got to watch for snakes. This is snake country right here. Like a nice brook like that. Shit. Watch for snakes and poison ivy. Seriously. I'm not even kidding. Snakes and poison ivy. It stinks. It's because we're by the sewer. This is where they would film Witcher, right here. I'm not
Press X to doubt sticky fingers. I would be scared to death walking such path. Are ticks in America a thing?
Oh, I know.
XD. Let's play Rust.
Where?
Chop wood with your fists.
Seriously, I do not know which direction should we go. All right, players. This is literally a Witcher RPG. I feel like we should go that way. Left, what do you think? RPG players. We don't have any votes. You're gonna let me crucify myself? Actually, it's gonna take time for... Yeah, we'll go this way. East.
Turn left.
Turn left.
Right. Left. Always choose right path.
Always
As I'm a
choose the...
creator, ticks are very much a thing in the U.S.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Some carry Lyme disease.
I know. I know. I got a buddy who has Lyme disease from ticks in Maine. He went hiking in Maine and caught him. That's why I don't have socks right now, because I want to be able to watch my legs. Normally I'd have pants if I were doing this.
Behind you smile. Best Lyme. Did you get the Ultras Plus gaiters?
I did. And I forgot to bring them. I just said that.
100 meters, at the roundabout, question your life decisions. It is pitch black. You are likely to be eaten by a grue.
Nobody got that except for the really old parts. Oh shit, I gotta sludge through the bog. I've got to make it over the bog. Am I gonna make it safely?
You should walk naked so you can be aware of any ticks lol.
I gotta come out. I hope this isn't the only way out of here, because I'll be coming back here like in 2 hours and it'll be totally covered up. This is why I do urban exploration. I mean, would you know that I'm in the middle of a suburb right now?
Step on the rocks.
You
Be
think?
Jesus and walk across it.
Should I do the rocks, or should I bushwhack through the trees over there? All right, you pick. All right, stream. 1 for this way, 2 for this way. Which way should I go? This is really fun.
Press B to jump.
Press B to jump. Okay. Oh my God, these are cockaburs.
Do a front flip and land in the water.
Holy shit, did you see these?
11,111,111.
These are cockaburs.
Rocks for the most risk.
These are
1,
cockaburs.
9,
These things will grab onto my
2.
legs.
Huh.
I'm not
Why
going
is it
that
so
way.
bright
Holy
outside?
shit. I am not going that way. I just saw those cockaburs. There's like all. If I slip, I'm gonna land right in those cockaburs. Wait, what do I have over here? Let's try this one. That's what we call them as kids. We call them cockaburs. God, there's tons of them there. I kind of think that this is the way to go. You have chosen wisely. What is the capital of Assyria?
Jump, 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 jump.
What? I don't know that. What is the airspeed velocity of a swallow? Of an unladen swallow? African or European? Well, I don't know that. Oh shit. Bog alert. I'm in the bog here. God help.
Python lol.
Seriously, this is like this is like snake central right here.
African or European?
African and European, exactly. Dun 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 dun. I got better. I got better. Oh, look, there's there's a fence that's been broken through. Wait, what is this about? It might be a return path that we can consider. It's like our very own live Blair Witch
See,
project.
I told you, you should have gone the right path.
You know
What
what?
is your favorite color?
I think you're right. Who said about I should have gone right? I think you're right.
Death must answer me these questions 3. Ere the other side he see. What time is it?
What time is it? It's 5:27. I've got 2 hours.
Stream. Haha.
Yeah.
You now entered the snake territory.
And there's like nothing but cockaburs there, so that's somebody's backyard.
When bushwhacking goes wrong.
No, bushwhacking always goes wrong. Are you kidding me? Bushwhacking is fucking terrifying. I'm totally bushwhacking. What the hell is that? It's a puffball. Thank God I know what poison
Where
ivy
is your
looks like.
jetpack? Are you even American? Is Rob fleeing from the government cause he hacked too much Kipo?
This having arms free is really great. I'm gonna just keep doing
And
this.
it's 6:30 this morning.
Oh my God, it's so beautiful here. Watch me come up in somebody's backyard and I'm like, hello.
Overseas should be dark.
Oh, it'll be dark in 2 hours. I brought my light though, thank God. I did not bring my gators because I was an idiot. This would have been perfect gator country. And I mean it in the best way, but definitely
Is
work.
it a thing to get shot for trespassing?
Not here. This is a suburb, so they're less likely to have guns and shit.
I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay.
I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. I'm okay. I really don't know how to get out of here though. I mean, there's houses right there if it came to it. This is really fun. This is the kind of shit I would do for fun anyway, so I don't know about you, but I'm having a fucking blast.
More likely to run into a pissed off dog.
Yeah. Or a feral cat. Or a skunk. Or badger. Oh shit. God damn. Whoever said I should have went right back there, I think you might have been right. I think you might have been right. Because...
Trust the friendly robot voice.
yeah, just listen to your robot friend. That always works out well in every video game I've ever played. Huh. Yeah, see, if we had gone right, we'd have been over there. I think we could kind of do a roundabout on this thing here. Now, there's a shelter if you needed one. The tree got knocked over. I really got to watch for snakes. I got to be paying attention here. This is like totally snake territory, and it just rained, so they're going to be out like crazy. This is
Inventory.
Inventory. And yeah. Hey, look. It's a random dead
Like
base.
a real snakes are human snakes. Dan's game.
It's like a random baseball. Did you see that?
Save game.
Save game. No save scumming here. I cannot save scum this shit. This is the real deal. They need a category for this. POV RPG. What What the hell is
Miss
that?
Snaky Snaky, come here.
Here, Snaky Snaky. That's a fence, people. Fuck. That's a fence. Oh, watch where the fence goes. That's a fence. Huh. And we took the road no one's traveled. Ooh, see this here?
Climb over it.
You see this?
Crawl.
This is cedar. Watch, check it. This is a cedar tree and it's wet.
You should get a stick for a self-defense.
I have I have a Boba Fett umbrella. See this right here?
Good evening, Dad.
Look at this. You see what this is? Anybody ever heard of a cedar chest before? You know what a cedar chest is? This is a cedar tree. They're actually really rare. They're when you're like looking around.
Tree sap.
No, this is cedar. You gotta smell the shit. Oh my god, it smells so good. Gets a tick up his nose. It smells so good. You can sometimes. I never cut cedar trees down because they're so rare. But you can find cedar trees, like fallen cedar trees. It's really nice
I know
hardwood.
what cider is. It is tasty alcohol. Lol, 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 by
No,
below.
yeah,
While
it's
you
a
sniffing it
CED.
so viciously XD. I have no idea what they are doing. Old country boy. Love the smell of cedar.
Oh
Make
yeah,
some cedar tea.
yeah. And you can put cedar. You can put cedar in your fire, and you get the cedar chip smell. You know.
Who deader the scent I am with you? I never seen one before.
An IRL
Makes
stream?
great tea.
And you never seen a cedar tree?
This is just like Bear Grylls.
Yeah, I'm a little bit interested right here because I sincerely don't know how to
Now
get.
I'm going to drink my own pee.
Are you? You should have a nice cup of tea on me. I don't think that there's a way to get across over there. I think we're gonna have to go back to the ravine. This is really fun though. I'm enjoying it. I hope you are. I'm having a fucking
Cinnamon.
blast.
No, right.
What the fuck is this growth on the outside of this thing though? I think, I don't know, guys. I'm gonna walk through with like 10 spider webs doing this. I don't think that goes through. Can you see it? I don't see it does. I don't think it goes through.
Pea soup is also good.
Yeah, it doesn't go through.
Looks like Brazelwood.
Yeah.
Hello and, again, welcome to the Aperture Science Computer-Aided Enrichment Center. A party associate will arrive shortly to collect you for your party. No thanks, XD.
A little bit of slippage in my shoes on that one because they're wet. Oh God. Who's the crazy guy walking around talking to himself out in the woods? Always wear a hat with a brim if you don't want to be eating spider webs all day. God, in August you could never do this. Oh, we got some plant life. Like there's literally
Thanks for searching Brazelwood.
somebody search Brazelwood.
The woods has great reception.
It does have great reception. You know why? Because it's in the middle of the suburb. That's what's so crazy. We could be out in the middle of the
Welcome
fucking
to
forest.
Test Chamber 4. As part of a required test protocol, we will not monitor the next test chamber. You will be entirely on your own. Good luck. Hope you played Portal 2.
I do. I have played it a little bit, yeah. Hey, I think we made it. We gotta watch the vines really carefully here because there's a bunch of poison ivy vines. I know enough about the woods because I've hiked it a lot with my kids scouting and stuff that I know at least some of the major dangers here. I'm not a real pro. A lot of the people, God, look at those vines.
I am curious about the mushroom varieties you have there.
Yeah, I was literally just gonna say, the people who are the outdoors people here, the ones that are really kick-ass, is they know everything. They know all the fauna, they know all the mushrooms and everything.
Technically, unfortunately, it doesn't exist more in Brazil.
My biggest danger here is stepping on a copperhead. Seriously, if I get bit by a
I
copperhead,
don't like bugs. Goddamn Portuguese.
I'm going to tell you right now, if I ever actually step on a copperhead on accident, and I am so fucking out of it, that's when I need to make an emergency. I need to have a moderator who knows my phone number, or my wife's phone number. Oh shit. You see that vine? Do you see that vine? It's like fucking singing. It's like a total Tarzan vine. I kid you.
Why did you cut them all down? Turn into a
Shit, that's fucking Tarzan. I'm not even kidding. It's like a Tarzan vine. I mean, I could wanted to. I think some kids have swung on it. It's been cut recently. I kind of want to. But that's just an accident waiting to happen. If I do
small
that,
F.
there's just like so many ways to get hurt here. It doesn't have enough strength for me, but like a little kid could totally do it. I think it's full Tarzan vine. And it's scary, that's how you know it's not like... That's really fun. I'm glad this is on film, hopefully. Of course, these are... Oh my God. Are you seeing this? Everything here is gated.
Broken hip is in a small corner. I
Everything-
hope you gonna make a whole night stream outside in bushes next to a campfire.
All this shit is
You can
gated.
bring a laptop and do some coding or security talk.
All of
Can
this...
you imagine shocked face?
All of this stuff is gated. I'm just out here walking around. All of this stuff is gated, and there's a neighbor down here. I'm gonna go walk. He's got his dog out with
The
him.
Tefuni Portuguese colonists cut all the trees and took to Europe to sell.
Did they?
Mysterious vines lol.
Hey. I'm gonna go
In the
talk.
16th century,
I'm gonna turn this down, guys. Howdy. Is there? I'm just exploring. I'm kind of lost. Is there? There's nothing official down here that goes out, is there? Is there an official path that goes from here that connects the subdivision? No? Okay. I'll go back around where I came from. I'll go back up to the path, but I was hoping the neighbors up there said there was a way to get to it from here. Do you know of one? All right, thank you. He's a very nice guy, very worried sounding. This is very America, by the way. Hey, who was telling me about rite of passage or something? Hey, look, marijuana.
all right, let's dive in.
We can't dive in. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, get the frog. Did you see the frog?
U.S.'s luck to became emancipated early.
There's a frog. That frog means there's a snake coming to eat the frog. All right, there's no escape here.
From
This is-
England.
This is somebody's backyard, so we got to get out of here. Yeah, I know. You know what I hate about this? The worst part of this whole thing is there's no organization. Oh, there's a down cedar tree, like I was telling you. That's really rotted, though. It's the thing about America I don't like. Is I imagine in Europe I've heard that's the thing too. God damn it. Shit. All that stuff scared the shit out of me. What the hell is that? Oh my God. Oh my God.
From the land of the Raspberry Pi.
Look at this. Look at this. I almost got that right in the crotch. I almost got that shit right in the crotch. And it's a little muddy here, so I got to get kind of a run because it's a little slippery. All right, let's try this, Rob. You can do this.
You have snakes. Simsel 6 lost.
Yeah. I'm glad it's not too dark. I'd be fucked. I have to go all the way back, everybody. I have to go all the way back. There is no way to get through this. And I refuse to look at a satellite image, which I could do, by the way. Oh, I feel like something got me. Something got me. It feels itchy. It might be the nettle. The nettle will make you itch for a little bit, but not like break out in all kinds of horrible ways, you know. We got to get back to that main road. We'll make it.
Is this a playthrough of the game Green Hell?
No, and it's not a playthrough of Blair Witch.
Poison Ivy Oak is the worst.
No, I know. Poison Oak's a little hard for me to see. I don't recognize it as easily.
Snakes, poison oak, ticks. Are you okay? Take it easy.
Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Plus, I got nothing for ticks to hide. I could totally catch a tick if I was getting it. The ticks aren't going to be out right now anyway because it's too wet. They come out like in August for the bed. They're here, but they're just not here really. We're really lucky. It's like, this is the perfect weather for this. If it was a little bit more humid and a little later in the season, we'd be facing off with all kinds of this shit. Down there by the lake, though, that's probably where the snakes were. Did you see all the toads? We saw a couple toads. And where there's toads, there's snakes.
As a kid, we always played in bomb craters in the woods and built bunkers.
Did you really?
That was fun.
That's cool, yeah. I gotta tell you, that's a big part of why I'm doing this, is I'm still just a kid at heart, and I just fucking love traipsing around in nature. Particularly places I don't know where I'm going, and I know how to get myself out of problems, you know? And I like pushing the edge, and it doesn't make my wife's not too comfortable with that, but that's why I was a river guide. I like pushing the edge a little bit. Not too much. And something took that guy down. We had a big old tree go down right next to our house. If it
Who
had gone,
pulled out the tree?
Don't
That's
know.
all I did as a kid was build forts in the woods.
yeah,
I didn't go into the woods. I chased ants in the garden.
yeah. Well, that's fun too. Ants are fun. You fry those.
At Realking Philip, good old days.
Yeah. A lot of meat. I don't really like it. I mean, we had a tree. It was. I mean, seriously, when it uprooted, it was about twice this big. And what happens is when they're doing construction, they forget that the trees support each other. And so our first week in the house, we had a big thunderstorm like the one that was in yesterday. God, I'm so glad that nettle is not all. By August, you won't even be able to walk through there because this nettle will like grab you. Like right now, it's got a hold of me. God.
Was the soil soft?
Oh yeah, it's really soft. This nettle shit. This is where I need. Oh look. Wait, I don't remember that. Do you remember that? I don't remember that. What the hell? God. Oh my God, this is Stumpy Creek Park. This is Stumpy Creek Park. It happened again. I didn't plan on going where I wanted to, and I discovered it. This is it. This is Stumpy Creek Park. This is Stumpy Creek Park, and there's a hole
Go
in
left,
the
I
fence.
see a house.
There's a hole in the fence, and it's Stumpy Creek Park, and there's a free football for my enjoyment. Dude, this has been a great
You
adventure.
are somewhere else. You should get a dirt bike and speed run these woods.
I
Lol.
should. Wait, what school is this? It's a middle school. It's a middle school, but it's got a hole right here. So I can just like walk right through. I gotta go. I gotta go check it out. I gotta see where it goes. Mayberry fencing. Also have a football, because free football. Free football, everybody. This is why you can't do this later, because all this...
Illegal activities has been detected.
That's not illegal. I haven't said anything that said I can't go there yet. This is a batting cage thing. We're in middle school. I mean, middle schools are pretty much public property during off hours. Just in case you're wondering. Lake Norman United.
Electric dirt bike better for the environment.
Yeah. Do they have them? Do they have electric dirt bikes? God, that would be fun. Do they have that? That's the first time I've heard of that. That's the first time I've heard of an electric dirt bike.
In before 10 Rottweilers joined the party.
That would be a bad encounter. A dango ate my face. This is not when you want to encounter like...
They exist. It's wide.
Yeah.
Yes, they are pretty fast.
Yeah. You do not want to encounter like... You encounter a
Pricey
small
though.
band of like 3... what are they called? Oh God, what are those things you always find? They're like, sort of like lizards. This is like totally fucking locked up. Oh, there's also no gnats out. There's like a little band of gnats, a little cluster of gnats right there. But that's unusual. This is like totally fucking locked up. Why the fuck is that locked up? They want people walking on their property? Don't park.
Tesla dirt bike when?
I want to get an electric dirt bike. I think it sounds like really, really fun. I think that sounds really fun. You know, I got a football, so now I just look
Hey,
like
Rob.
every other American. I look like just a normal American now because I got a football. Relay for life, it says. This is like for somebody's running. I just say, just going out. How's it going? My shoelace needs to be untied. That means I gotta take a break here pretty soon. It does seem like every time I go someplace like it's a zombie apocalypse though.
Did you hear about the terrible news?
I didn't, the elementary school thing. Somebody said something, I don't really want to hear about it.
Yes, we did.
I mean, it's, you know, I don't like being reminded.
Sad.
It is sad. It's almost like we're all got some sort of disease. It's like we literally have zombies. You know, I don't call it trolling anymore because some of these people I really think like they're walking zombies. They're like these zombies that have been taken over by people that have eaten their brains.
Yes, the elementary school thing.
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with people?
I think they're zombies. I really mean that. I think they're zombies. I watched the Insurrection documentary on HBO last night. And then I watched most of the Mooney's cult. Hey, look, I achieved my goal. I got my exercise. I watched most of the Mooney's cult thing. Oh, that gate's open.
I've been thinking people are zombies since COVID started.
Yeah, I think that people, you know, and thinking of people as zombies makes me.
Buffalo shooting 10 days ago. Now
Yeah.
this. Sad face.
It's just gonna get worse. And
I'm trying to figure out if I got a similar place in my area,
yeah,
but can't think of one.
the reason when I say some people are zombies, I'm not saying like including, you know, Trump people. My family, I think some of them have zombie in them. They started behaving in ways that I just didn't recognize anymore. They like lost all rational thought, and they literally started doing really crazy shit. And I've been studying the Moonies, or what, not the Moonies, the Heaven's Gate cult. I'm really into cult mentality. I like thinking and studying it because I was Mormon for so long. All these doors are open. That means we're good. And all I can say is human brains and the human psyche is very, very fragile. I mean, I know it's fragile. I've busted mine many times, and you know, the whole Mormon thing. I don't think we fully appreciate how fragile
Yeah, my
our...
mom is unironically into vaccine as Satan's mark.
Yeah.
How do you get so deluded to the point you're able to justify such a horrible act?
Well, that's the fake news, and it's not just the fake news. It's the use of the fake news documentary I saw last night. It talked about politically both sides, including the Democrats, who said, "Hey, if
Have you watched the Scientology series on Netflix?
Yeah, I watched the whole thing like twice. I love it. Leah Remini is one of my biggest heroes, and because we have to understand this as a disease. It's a sociological disease that's affecting all of us, and we have to look at the people that are being affected by it as humans who have a disease, not as the enemy. That's what I'm starting to realize. If like the shooter, right? Or even Trump. I mean, Trump has got the biggest fucking zombieitis of anybody. He's completely irrational. I mean, the entire National Board of Psycho Health Professionals came out and made a public statement, which they never do, saying this guy is dangerously psycho. And I feel like, you know, we have Mental Health Month and everything, and I know I have problems mentally. So that's what I think it is. I think we don't discuss these issues of mental health.
Mental health needs to stop being a joke for us to get better as a
I
society.
do. It has to be. And I think a lot of the reasons that we're pushed to the brink in the mental health thing, personally, is because we don't have safety nets. We don't have social structures. We don't have... I could probably walk past there and they would not freak out. I don't know how appropriate that is. What do you think? I'll go this way. I don't want to freak them out. There's some young girls over there. I don't want to scare them. But, you know, anyway... I feel like the one thing that I feel like I can take away from this is that when I see a shooting,
and it needs to stop being stigmatized.
Yeah.
Steal the bus. Safety nets isn't some kind of universal income.
Yeah, I think that the reason so many people are struggling with mental illness is because so many people are feeling like they are at the end of their rope. And there are many, many policies in place that are forcing us to feel that way. We don't have a house, we don't have a job, we don't have a support system. And so I think one of the reasons that these communities, these cult-like mentalities, including Scientology and Mormonism, because they fucking take care of each other. And so, you know, it's very appealing to someone who feels like they're on the edge. they're going to collapse, you know. So they hear these soothing words and chants, and they feel good, and they feel euphoric, and all the things that actually do make anybody feel good, according to Joseph
And the
Campbell.
cost of quality mental health care is out of reach for most people.
Absolutely, nobody can get it. I tried. The guy that was trying to help me from killing myself and dealing with the whole thing with my ex, when I was trying to get out of the church, and the reason I stayed alive is to keep my sons alive. I knew I had to get them out of the Mormon church. I realized I fucked them up really bad.
Social echo chambers centered around fake news don't help at all.
No.
Social media is going to being about the collapse of society if it doesn't change.
This is the thing.
It's so sad.
This documentary, there's a documentary on HBO, it's called Fake News, and it's about how information, the people that will believe things that are more susceptible to this kind of thing, they're being weaponized. And the people that are weaponizing them are turning them into zombies for their political gain, either way. And in the process, yeah, maybe they'll get a short-term win.
And add the Devman Metal Gear Solid 2.
Yeah. They might get a short-term win, but they are going to, in the long term, we are all going to lose. Because it's completely destroying our society, and it will disintegrate into chaos when we can't tell what's true anymore. When people can't tell what's true anymore, they disengage from the process.
What is echo chamber?
Echo chamber is when you just say something just to hear yourself.
Well, I'm going to sleep. Have a
Okay.
good walk.
Who's that vibing? Oh yeah, have a nice night. Yeah, this is my longer walk. I have to work all day today, tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to be in front of doing co-working all day.
Laters at Lunclove Grumble.
We got lots of meetings and stuff. Yeah. No parking anytime. Okay, I'm not going to park. It's not Rocky.
You want me to go. Kappa.
What, me? Oh no, I thought, no, I thought somebody said they were going to bed, and normally that would be you right about now. That's why I'm wondering. Because I remember you were always like, oh, I'm up at 4 a.m. again. You know, don't stay up too late. Says the guy who stays up every day till 4. Now hiring custodians. Join our team for $13 to $16 an hour.
Bohio, bohio, bohio.
Yeah. I'm sure that people are just clamoring to work for as a janitor in a middle school for $13 an hour. I can't wait to have that job. Mostly because I'm obsessed with Breakfast Club.
An
Yeah.
echo chamber is a social media space where you don't hear opinions opposite of your own.
Yep.
When you surround yourself with people that only think and act like you,
Yep.
it makes easy for bots to change people's opinions, and it makes easy to radicalize people.
Uh-huh.
Hello. I have like 4 more hours before 4 a.m. Come on, lol.
Oh, do you? I got my times mixed up. I like the clouds though. The clouds are kind of parting. Look at all those birds. They're loving that wet ground, man. They're like, give me more worms. Give me more worms. This right here looks like a scene from Mr. Robot. Like the final season when he's walking down the center of the road. Don't give it away if you know it. An American middle school. God damn, middle school was so horrible. Middle school was my least favorite. I got so tortured. A lot of my psychic problems or my psychological problems I could probably trace back to middle school. Yeah, I definitely scratched myself. There they are. They're starting to show up now. Can you see them? I felt them before, but I didn't really see them. Just typical scratches. They're not that bad. They're not other stuff. Normally when you bushwhack, you get extra shit like crazy.
And at the Devman, this is why I deleted all social media.
Why? Because why? You didn't want to read about that?
This is why banning Trump is actually worse in the grand scheme of things, because now they're building their own social media sites and creating a worse echo chamber.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just going to get worse. It's just they're getting radicalized, and then what's worse is that there's, you know, I kind of hope that the Russian actors have been involved in this, which is undisputable. I mean, I saw the evidence again last night. It's undisputable. I hope that the Russian actors who have actually been involved with this disinformation campaign for years against America are too busy to do it.
Still have the ball, lol.
Yeah, I do have the ball. I mean, why would somebody leave it there unless they... I think they were just like trying to be nice and say, hey, here's the ball. Here's the ball for you. Ready for life.
Network is a cancer. We should all disconnect.
I don't know about that. Because, I mean, it's that whole thing about what if only the good guys have guns, or bad guys have guns, right? Look at all the great things that have happened because of social media and Twitch. I mean, let's look at the positive. I would be alone with these crazy-ass thoughts of mine if I didn't have Twitch to share them with. You know, and I couldn't help anyone. I could take maybe 20 or 30 people a week, maybe, and make a, you know, and try to help train them and help them learn the techniques. And, you know, there's no way I could ever teach somebody in Malaysia English as a second language so they could maybe get a shot at getting a better job and improving their life and things. So, I mean, it's really easy to do that, though, because it's just like any technology. When a technology comes out, it's super easy to say, oh, it's the technology that's the problem. And I don't think anybody agrees that that's the case. It's not the technology that's the problem.
We always have to look the good side of things.
Yeah. I do think, though, that they made this point.
Dad.
What the fuck is up with this road? Where the hell is it going? I don't even know where to go to get out of here. There's like a gate over there, and then there's this over here. I'm going to go this way. So
Trump made Truth Social and only conservatives and Trump supporters are allowed on it. I would not be surprised at all if we see a second insurrection in the next election.
Oh, we absolutely will. I have no doubt. I know it sounds negative. I don't mean it to. We are so not done with this. We're not done with this because all those people that everybody thinks got silenced just got temporarily silenced, and now they're just pissed. But to be fair, the Democrats, the sort of people that supported the opposition were kind of like, this is what we do. I want to say this. There is a certain percentage of people, I don't feel like this is going to go anywhere. I don't. I think this is just going to go around the school, personally. I don't know how to get out of here. I was just going to say, I think there is a percentage of radicals on both sides, but the radicals that are more willing to take up arms are the ones that are scaring me. I mean, because they literally think children are dying. And if I actually thought children were dying, I'd grab a gun too. In a heartbeat. I'd go to war. If my country got invaded, I'd be right there dying on the line. I'm like, kids, get out of here, go live your life. I'm old. I'm going to go over here and try to shoot some Russians. If I was in Ukraine and I was getting invaded.
Rob will be walking in a circle for life, Maxwell.
Yeah, I'm going to be in great shape, though. It's funny because I really didn't want this ball. So I'm going to leave it for somebody to...
They did not get silenced. They have their own separate platforms now, and all that means is they're going to get their political views justified, and they will be more entrenched in their radical beliefs and become more extremist.
Probably.
One quote I love is, travel is fatal to prejudice, bigotry, and narrow-mindedness.
I agree.
I think people just need to get out more.
Absolutely.
Too many people are just stuck in their ways.
And how can you get out if you can't get out? Twitch. YouTube. Now, I know these things are used to fan the flames and echo chambers and stuff like that. I think this is a circular thing and it doesn't go anywhere. Honestly, I think I'm just walking in circles here. In fact, I'm sure of it now. All right, well, I'm gonna sit down and tie my shoe because my shoes drive me crazy. And then we'll turn around and, what are they doing, like a drug bust or something? It's just a roundabout, so we definitely went the wrong way. We chose unwisely.
I think what's happening in the U.S. is happening here in the U.K. The governments are Dilberty dividing us, standard divide and conquer tactics.
Yeah. It's happening everywhere. So it's just that we have this new technology that we don't know how to deal with. That's all it really boils down to. And I don't know what to do with it. I don't think anybody does. We do have rules for this kind of shit that we figured out for other communications mediums, like back when we had television and shit. We spent, how long did we come up with the different laws governing the FCC and certain things that were okay to be said and certain things that weren't, slander and shit. Most of the stuff that, like Alex Jones, for example.
Social media needs to stop having algorithms that just feed you content you like. It has to force the user to see content not directly catered towards them.
Yeah.
That's how you get people to be more open-minded.
Yeah, but you can't force that in America because it's not regulated. That's the problem. the biggest problem here,
What's the incentive of the government to divide society?
right? I don't think the government is trying to divide society. The government is trying to keep society. So on the one hand, we have 1950s kind of thinking where we had 3 television stations, and the news station was partially funded by the government in order to provide fair and accurate reporting. And it sucked, but it was relatively consistent. And there was horrible things that happened in the 50s, and and that eventually started breaking down.
It's all about control.
It's control and it's money. So the documentary I saw last night about fake news on HBO, it was Red Code. What's her face? One of the journalists who does Red Code. She was talking about Mark, and she's like, he's a wonderful guy, but he's just I love what she said. She said, he and Mr. Twitter and everybody, it's like all these rich white men who grew up with privilege who don't know what it means to be threatened. And so I love her perspective on this. She said they don't know what it means to be threatened. They weren't raised in a society where they were threatened. And I'm not picking on rich white men. I'm not making that fight right now. I'm one of them.
That sounds worse, honestly.
And so what they did is they built these platforms with this utopian idea that nobody needed protection, because they had never been in need of protection. And frankly, after watching it, I'm kind of, am I that guy? Am I walking around, traipsing around in the forest with this, really stupid ass idea of what it means to be safe because I'm a white man and I've had this, I have never really been in danger, so to speak? Has it jaded my policies if I were to put policies in place? And so her point, and she was talking about Zuckerberg in a very positive light as a human being, but she also said, he just doesn't get it. Nobody does. They put him in front of them and he goes, he just doesn't get it. He doesn't understand what it means to be somebody who is unsafe. And therefore, that entire thing has caused...
At Kip Vanderzee, it's a worse experience by design because it doesn't show you content you like.
No, I mean, and Facebook, there's lots of objective evidence that Facebook hires the best psychologists in the world to create addiction. And if you don't believe that, go watch The Greatest Hack or The Social Experiment. It's just fucking terrifying. Oh wow, look what we found here. It's funny because I was drawn to this gateway and I ended up walking all that way. And there it is right there in front of us. Well, that was kind of nice. That was nice. I'm probably going to have to change my major batteries out here pretty soon. But I brought it this time because I want to test that. Oh man, what is this? That's kind of a real streak going on here. God help you if you want to ride a bicycle on it though. Remember what I said about 3-inch shoulders? Okay, I'm sorry, 4 inches, 5 inches. Fuck you and your bicycle. That's what this road says. Even though there's a Buddha in that front yard. This road says, fuck you and your bicycle. Fuck you and your bicycle.
Hello from Mother Russia Virtual Hug.
Virtual hug. Здрасте. На здоровье. Родина. Забыл слова песни. Я забыл слова песни. Это американская машина. That's how you say car in Russian.
Здрасте, на здоровье, Родина, забыл слова.
Lol.
Родина
How
был
long have you
запах.
walked today?
Как я рад, что мой, как это сказать, моя девушка. Моя девушка говорит по-русски отлично. Давай еще раз, что-то на русском напишет. Давай еще раз что-то на русском пишет. Я хочу слушать. Это было удивительно. Произношение. Девушка моя.
Wow, it's translated the text into Russia speech.
Yeah, I did, and it was perfect. It was awesome. I can practice my Russian while I'm... Now there's something funny. Somebody needs to type that shit while I'm walking around, There's actually somebody on the patio right there. Right next to me. They're having a
Привет, как дела? Русский язык удивительный и одновременно сложный.
I
одновременные
kinda
сложные.
understand what y'all saying XD.
That was a
Lol.
perfect sentence. She said Russian is how are you doing?
Testing Arabic.
She said how are you doing? Russian is
Kind of I mean XD.
Russian is wonderful, and also was удивительный и сложный and complex at the same time. Wait, there's a path. The path is calling us, but where does it go? It goes to the road, but where does that road go? We gotta know. We gotta know. I have a feeling if I keep walking down that path, I'm gonna end up deep in some suburb again. But this path here, oh boy. Forget it. I'm gonna stay on paved roads for a while. It's also 6 o'clock.
Did it ignore my Arabic?
It,
Lol.
it didn't say any Arabic. I wonder if it's because I didn't download the language for it yet or something. That'd have been cool.
Racist TTS.
It is TTS. I cannot wait to go to a pub and just have this on and let people type Russian to people. Hell, I could use it as a translator. I was like, okay, I need somebody to help me here. What do I say? This just changes everything about travel and tourism. You realize that, right? You know, what's his face who does travel and tourism specials? What's his name? Rick Steves? Imagine if Rick Steves took a whole community with him on Twitch every time he went somewhere. He's like, I don't know how to say this.
You need to teach it Arabic.
I don't know how. I need to teach you everything. God damn, look at that house. Look at that house. Those are lakefront. Those are lakefront.
Stanley Tucci.
Stanley Tucci. What about Stanley Tucci? Uh-oh. I hear rumbling. Do you see all these birds like trying, ravens and stuff trying to find birds and stuff? Like everywhere. Like all over.
His cooking and travel program was pretty decent.
Oh, which one? Rick Steves? Yeah. Stanley Tucci did one? God, look at that house. I mean, serious. That house is fucking insane.
Ich word jetzt auf Deutsch sprechen, die Sprache zu testen lol.
That didn't do so well with the German. It tried really hard, but it didn't
I
quite.
wonder if Arabic is hard to learn for English native speakers.
Ouch, I got bugs in my hair. What? My non-hair.
Ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch.
That doesn't quite sound German to me. That sounds like it wants to be German.
Didn't like the German lol.
I know. It's like it wants to be German, but not really. It's like an American trying to be German. Hey, there's a porta potty. If I have to go to the bathroom. Anybody have to go to the bathroom? Anybody have to pee? Should we go walk around the construction site?
Nina's Navadka od Bole V Spine.
Should I walk around the
Free
construction site?
TTS on Twitch is asking for trouble. You viewers are very well behaved.
Oh, I know. If they don't behave, I'll just turn it off. I know. I gotta
Anna
rep.
Ada Kalam al Laga al Arabaya. I need to pee.
You want to see the construction site? I figure you guys want to. I look official enough that I don't think anybody's gonna give me shit. I do. I look like I'm just a forum guy. It's like this foundation's been laid pretty long. We used to play in the old construction.
Ich bin Roddick, ich wohne in Polen und ich bin 24 Jahre alt.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great foundation. This is fucking awesome construction. This is fucking awesome construction. Look at that crawl space, man. Look at how huge
Well,
that
that
is.
was close enough to Arabic.
Look at that crawl space. They're doing the deck out there. Look at that crawl space, how huge it is. I mean, if you've ever been in a crawl space, you know what a
Wood's
big...
pretty expensive at the moment.
Oh, God, yeah. This foundation is fucking crazy expensive all by itself. Just the foundation.
Take some with you.
No way. It smells like construction site, which just takes me
Good
back.
building work.
It smells like old rafters,
Damn,
too.
you need to parkour it.
No, I know. It's like a
All I
Minecraft.
see is dollar.
Yeah. Dude, that is some really fucking rich foundation right there. That is not your cheap suburb construction that you normally see. It is not. That's like really, really high quality. I mean, we've built I didn't build them, but we had our last 3 houses built. And so we would go on Sundays, we'd go watch the house get built. And we would see every stage of it along the way. In fact, I put my own low voltage wiring, internet, you know, cable, Cat 5, Cat 6, whatever. These are all lake houses though, so they're gonna definitely be a lot of money. I love that we're still getting reception here. It's making me very happy. Yeah. God damn, I just want to go to that water so bad. This is gonna dump out onto a main street someplace. My wife is home tonight. I think. I know. She went to the.
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you
You
down.
down.
Never gonna
Never
run
gonna
around and
give
desert
you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna. You know what I need to do? I need to make commands that actually play things on my phone. I was watching Rob CD and he's got. Goddamn, this place. Where are we? I have no idea where we are. This is why I want to do the IRL thing. The find IRL location thing, right? I have my own portable tent if I need it, lest anybody worry. There's no shoulder here, and there's no sidewalk. Just access for rich people and their rich-ass cars. Look at those birds, though, flying up there.
Never gonna make you cry.
Never gonna make you cry. Never desert you, right? Oh.
Ah, fudge it up.
God, look at this house. No trespassing. No trespassing, god damn it. It's my free land that I'm never going to use. It's my right to never use this land, ever. God bless America. Where you can buy huge tracts of land and never fucking use them. And everybody thinks you have watahi. Hey, somebody find out how much this is for sale. There you go. Someone will call the agent. Most of the people who see me with my camera, they think I'm a real estate guy. They think I'm doing real estate scouting. That's what they think. I've never been in
I
this.
need to work on my anxiety. I keep getting these thoughts that what if the new job tells me off and now I'm stuck without a job.
Are you at Dead Man? Yeah, I had a feeling it was you. Well, that's the grass is always greener risk you're going to take. Look, you found one job. You had somebody offer you another job. Do you think that you're not going to get another job after that? That's what's called an irrational fear.
What camera are you using?
I'm using a GoPro 10 Hero Black with a lens mod in.
Preemptively get another job. Big roads, big trucks, big houses, but where the feck are the pavements?
Yeah, there's no pavement. There's no pavement. There's no people. You know, it's just waste. Very wasteful. Beautiful, but wasteful. Beautiful, but hugely, hugely wasteful. It's so beautiful, though. People don't give a shit about that. Oh shit, I smell pollen. I smell crepe myrtle pollen. Yep, there it is.
The color of today is beige. Why have pavement when you can have more lawn?
Yeah, they have a big ass lawn. Pay a lot of money. I mean, we've talked about this before. Every time, it's funny because every time I show an international, God, this is some fucking great lakefront.
How smooth is the road?
This
Very
is
true.
This is some amazing lakefront right here. It's also.
I had an AWS recruiter reach out to me and figured I'll talk with them just in case it doesn't work out.
Yeah, you should always be closing. You should always be talking about that to the next person. You don't need to violate the trust of anybody, you know. When I was young, I would go to a career fair every year, and I told my boss, I'm going to the career fair this year. And they knew I wasn't looking for a new job, but obviously I would get approached for lots and lots of new jobs. And I would take my resume, and I was, you know, I was a rock star.
Goddamn, you take some long walks.
Me? I do take some long walks. I do. I like walking. I just really like it. It's my way. That's my way of doing things. The weather is absolutely perfect right now. I mean, you could not ask for better weather. This is the absolute best walking weather you could ever imagine. It's just it's overcast. There's no sun. This is the kind of weather you just want to go hiking in forever because it's so perfect.
Okay, I am gonna lurk for a while. I need very hard music to focus on coding. Lol, enjoy your walk.
No, you do your thing. Put your music on. Do your thing. I'm not going anywhere. But if you have questions, let me know. Moral of the story, I stream when I'm relaxing now so that I can answer questions and talk to people. And you know what? It's getting me outside. And God knows I'm happier. God knows I'm happier. I mean, even despite all the shit that's gone down today, even when Carl told me I couldn't go sit and watch the sunset at Tucson, remember that? Makes me happy.
I think it's the remote work that makes me get these irrational fears. I did perfect on my annual reviews at the last place, but I still felt like I was underperforming.
Yeah.
Bruce Rob, what phones did you use before going to the Pixel? All right, Chief Carl, smile.
Yep. See you guys. Yeah. Right. I'll just answer the question there. A couple questions actually. I got the Pixel. This is a Pixel, just a regular Pixel. Pixel 6. Yeah, running. God, what is that? Oh, it's like somebody's. Oh my God.
How will the job market look like in a few months with the tech stock bloodbath?
Guys, look, it's a free. Oh my God, it's a free wrapper. That is like a real find right there. I'm gonna leave it. Maybe he'll find it. This is for moving and shit. It's like cellophane wrap. But I don't feel like stealing it. Maybe the person will come back and see that it's there. Maybe not. I could wrap my head up and protect myself from the rain. What was that last one? The job market will look like in...
Found out today you cannot SSH into a virtual machine if you are connected to a VPN.
Well, no, of course not. I mean, you're on a different network, right? You actually can, you just have to make a tunnel. Yeah, I do it all the time. It's a little harder to do. What you have to do is you have on the machine you want to connect to, you need to SSH from that machine to the machine you want to access. You create an SSH tunnel, and then you connect from the machine, your host machine, to that machine. It's called a SSH tunnel. But normally you don't have to do that. Are you talking about? Are you at work? You're at work and you have a VM? Yeah. You can actually change your VM to be on that network if you know the IP addresses. You might have to NAT out to it.
Was working through the boost earlier on VOD.
Was it?
SSH Inception.
Huh.
And Bruce Rob, what got you into IT? What was the thing that made you chose a career in it? I love IT and technology, but I would rather work as a bricklayer than a coder. It's too boring.
Me too.
I can't imagine the job market changing that much. I think it's the jobs related to crypto and NFTs that will suffer the most.
Yeah. To tell you the truth, I am not a techie at heart. I am kind of a geek, but I'm like you. I like being outside. I like moving with my hands. I like moving around. I like talking to people. I got into tech out of, the short story, I've got a love-hate relationship with tech my whole life. And ultimately I like tech because it gets me shit. I've said that before. The first thing I wrote was a Dungeons & Dragons program because I wanted to play D&D. It wasn't because I wanted to learn to code.
If the machine is in a VPC, you gotta adjust security groups too, right?
Yeah. Probably for the VPN thing, I don't know. So I got into tech, and then I completely stopped doing anything with tech between the age of, I want to say 14 and, 18, 19? Between 14 and 19, I didn't do anything with tech. I had all these tech skills and I used them, but I skated and I ran, I did sports, I did girls, dancing. And I still would use technology when I needed it for drafting and stuff. But I didn't choose to do stuff with tech. And it wasn't because I hated it, it was because I just wasn't interested in it. I wasn't interested in tech for tech's sake, is what I'm saying. It didn't draw me naturally to it. But I was always good at it. And so that is really what led me to...
Bruce Rob, what makes you hate Windows 11? What should Microsoft do to improve it?
Windows 11? I don't know. I just know that it didn't work for the VM stuff that I wanted to do. I can't give you the exact details on that. But on the other topic, I ended up really loving web. When the web came out, that blew my fucking mind. because I could see its potential as a means of communicating, and I was really into linguistics and teaching languages and learning languages. That's why I got really heavily into coding again when I was making software for linguistics. And I was like, oh my God, this is so awesome. We're gonna have to go back on that, aren't we? I really don't want to, but I don't think we have a choice. I know where we are now, but we have quite a ways to go. Yeah, we're quite a ways down Perth. Be interesting here.
At Rusrov, getting a job in IT is super hard in Serbia if you don't know coding.
Yeah, and countries that are getting tapped for American outsourcing, like Serbia, India, places like that, the market for tech jobs is really high. I feel like there's less competition in America. I don't know why. I don't know if that's true. I feel like there's less competition. Now, unfortunately, you cannot freelance as a technologist in America because you're going against people in international markets that are half your cost. I tried that. It was a waste of time. Oh, I'll just freelance. Fuck no. I'm on Perth. Holy shit, that was quite an adventure I just went on. I got quite a ways to walk here though. Yeah, but keep the questions coming. Yeah, but that's, again, I go through moments, and the thing of it is when I get into building something with code, I get obsessed with it. And then during that time, you think all I ever did was code when you look at me. But it's only because I want the thing. I want the thing that's going to come from it when I'm done. And that motivates me. And there's tons of other motivations. People are motivated by so many different things. I really hope I'm walking the right direction. Pretty sure I am. It's going to get dangerous up here in the sidewalks. I'm pretty sure I'm walking the right direction. The only bad thing about being overcast, yeah, I am, it's really hard to get your bearings in North Carolina. So.
At Rusrov, freelancing is insane in Serbia because our average monthly pay is around 400 United States dollars.
Wow.
And you can make 3 to 4K coding.
Yeah.
That amount of money you're about here.
Right. And I remember that because I remember the people I was going against were making bids for shit. I was like, are you kidding me? I mean, to me it equated to like $5 an hour, $4 an hour. I was like, I can't compete against that. I mean, I could be the best programmer in the world and I can't compete against that. And I've told this to internationals before. Yeah, this is where it gets dangerous. I kind of want to walk through the mud rather than this. I mean, this is fucking insane. God bless America. I've told that advice to internationals before. The best advantage you have as an international in the tech market right now is how much you cost. And
minimum hourly wage in Serbia is $1.50.
That's fucking insane. See, but you know what? You can complain about that and it's horrible and everything, but you can also use that to your advantage. That is one of your greatest strengths as well, because you can undercut the shit out of everybody else. And so if you can line up a job with a company in America, I mean, it's harder, but when you do it, you end up making so much more. And so you don't have to do it a lot, you know? And I mean, is schooling free in Serbia? Do they teach you coding for free in Serbia, or is this something you have to go learn? This is gonna, I'm glad I got the trail shoes right now. It's kind of squishy. Maybe because, you know, looks like Mars, huh? It does look kind of like Mars. Oh wow, look at that. Look at that formation. Look at that. It's like a, god damn. You see that?
Look at all that red dirt.
I know. Look at this though. It's like a natural.
Depending on how good of a student you are,
Look at that. It's
the
like
state will take 70% of what you make freelancing. Laughing face.
Wow.
How many steps have you walked so far today?
I don't know. Look at that. It's like a miniature. It's like a miniature Louisiana. It's like a miniature example of how a delta gets created. You know, that was super cool. Physics. Yeah. How much have I walked today? I don't know. A lot. Stop counting. I had a great orange though, and a
I've got
tomato.
a question.
Sure.
What is the Discord IRC, or do channel have their own .org miniature Red Rock Canyon?
It is like a miniature Red Rock Canyon. I know, right here too. This is the kind
I'm
of thing.
from Louisiana.
Are you? Yeah.
Lol.
I would like this kind of shit when it would rain really heavy. I would come out and watch it, and I would like pretend like it was the Grand Canyon. I mean, look at that. Look at how amazing that is. It's just, you know, hydro. Look at all the hydro stuff. I mean, this is why when I was Rivergate, it was so cool.
At Roos Robin, her opinion is gaming a complete waste of time.
Gaming? I don't think so. I bag on gaming all the time because I need to stop playing it. God knows I play too many games too. I think everything in balance, right? Everything in balance. If all you do is play Overwatch during your 4 hours of leisure time every day, it's probably a bad idea. But people have done worse, you know. If you come home and watch television for the same amount of time, that doesn't have any educational value at all. Or mental. I mean, there's been good studies that show that first-person shooters in the games, those kind of things are better for your brain than television. But it depends on the television. Like, I watched some documentaries last night that really, really shaped some of my perspectives about things. Gave me some more data to go on. And there's a... Y'all ever seen a toilet? How many of you have actually seen one of these? It's a porta potty. I'll say that I'm helping him close it. It's a porta potty, so you do your business in there. Don't worry, I'm not going to do mine. Wait, what happened to this? Oh, it's like busted, that's why. Yeah, that one's broke. Oh well. I tried. I tried to be a good citizen. Goddamn, that drainage shit is so cool. Oh my god. Whoa!
Those are always as disgusting.
They can be disgusting, those ones aren't.
At Roos Rob, at this point, it feels like my brain is addicted to collecting data.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I want to do KEG. God, look at that. I mean, seriously, you could just study. I grew up in Utah, and Utah is like geology heaven, right? But looking at these studies and how erosion happens in the little miniature patterns that happen, isn't that amazing? I could just sit here and study this all day long. Like, why does the water follow that pattern?
When my parents built their last house, they had one for the workers, and people kept coming by at night and tipping it over.
Are you kidding me?
TV has some good shows when you watch documentaries and sci and history and things with information. Always
Yeah.
liked how it's made in engineering disasters.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, you definitely have to balance what you watch. That's another thing you have to watch out for when you watch a documentary. The documentary I watched about the insurrection was really balanced against the insurrectionists for obvious reasons. It's insurrection. But it was actually pretty down the middle. They interviewed people who were in the insurrection, who were pro-insurrection, and they just let them talk. They just let them talk, and some of the things they said, you're like, oh my god, that's batshit crazy. And other people might have been, well, you know, like the guy who smoked a doobie under the Capitol dome. He was pretty funny. He was so. He sincerely thought that Democrats are like running a slave ring for children. They're running a sex trafficking ring for kids, and I'm like, you fucking kidding me? I know that shit happens because they busted people doing it in our area in Lake Norman. But it's not. I don't know. Conspiracy theory.
Low.
There's actually an interesting documentary on just the whole nature of conspiracy theories and where they come from and how they're formed. And it's pretty interesting. It's all part of that.
Guilty by association.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, those are tough topics, but, you know, I don't know. I mean, we were talking the other day, people were like, there's not enough time to have a dialogue, you know, and that's really the problem. People get so tired from all the things that they got dragging on them that they would rather just have their news in 140 characters or watch a comedian, or they don't want to actually have dialogue. They don't have time. And,
Are you a car lover? And if you could own any car, what would it be?
I do love cars.
I personally love EVs, and I would choose a Porsche Taycan.
I liked cars, but here's the thing with cars. And I live in NASCAR USA. I really like cars. In fact, I like them, but I don't believe in them. That's weird. I know that's weird to say. I love them and I hate them. I have like a love-hate thing with cars. I got Need for Speed in 1998.
Gotta go to class number 100 devs.
Yeah.
Have a good rest of your day.
Bye. Yeah, I got Need for Speed in 1998. And the reason I did was because I was a young parent and I was forced to drive a Dodge Caravan for the rest of my fucking life, it felt like. And I never got to do any of that. And so I got all of my driving stuff. I got the wheel and everything. I like driving, that's what I'm trying to say. I also like to shoot. Do I have a gun? No. Do I drive around? You know? No. I love that Mini, man. Oh God, that I had a Mini last year, like a couple years back. That thing was so much fun. It was so much fun to drive. It was a stick. I actually thought about taking it to the raceway and just fucking around on it, you know. But I didn't. Where are we at? We're on Blossoms Ridge and Rustling Waters. I gotta remember this because I want to walk this way next time. Whoa, look at that plane. Oh my God, there's like two of them. What the fuck? What the fuck? It's like they just barely took off. We must be like right under the airstrip. We're right under the airstrip. So cool. Remember I told you about middle class neighborhoods where the police officers live and stuff? There you go. There's the cop's house. Anyway, what was I talking about? I do love stuff. I like that sort of stuff. I was a bike commuter forever. I don't believe in using a car unless you need to use a car. I think it's fun to recreational drive a car, but in terms of like owning a car, I would never own a car willingly if I didn't need it. And I did that for most of my life. I bike commuted, like most of my 30s, I bike commuted everywhere. Bike commuted in public transportation. Because I think it's just better for everybody to do that. I also really enjoyed it. I just really loved it. I didn't have to think. I didn't have to bike. I mean, I didn't have to bike or you know, do my thing for 2 hours or whatever. I could just sit back and study. In fact, you would not believe the stuff I learned while I was on the bus. So do I like cars? Yes. What kind of car would I get? Electric cars are cool. Is 100 Devs on? Oh, that's great. Yeah, go to 100 Devs, guys. If 100 Devs is on, everybody should go watch that. And if you're going to do web stuff, Leon's on. And there's some car lovers. I do like mechanical things too. I like motorcycles more than cars, way more than cars. Way more than cars. Like when I think about a Ducati or like a Triumph, a really nice Triumph, I get kind of excited inside my belly. I don't think that about any car at all. I love the Subaru I have. It's the car of my dreams. It's one I always dreamed of because it's utility. It's a utilitarian thing. I can live in it. It's a tool, you know. It's not something I'm going to gain a lot of passion using or driving. God, you put me on a Ducati, which I've never done. I've never ridden in a bull bike. I think I would be dead so fast. My cousin died first day he had it. First day I got a speed bike, he died on it. First day. Wrapped it around a telephone pole, killed him. He was, what, 16, 17? It's your story. You prefer the stream. The Texas thing is horrible, it is. Also interested in cars. You got a chance to drive an AMG Mercedes 3 years ago, and now I'm addicted. Yeah, I think I would be that way. I think, dude, you would not believe how crazy fun. It was like driving a go-kart. Driving that Mini was like driving a go-kart. It was so fun. It was so hard to not spin it out or something like that on purpose because it was just so much fun to drive. You know? But was it the best thing that I should drive? Is it the best way that I should be? Probably not, you know. I don't know, look, all I have to you've seen the parking lots of cars on the streets? You've seen the crazy ass gas prices? You've seen the number of people who die in auto accidents every year that nobody wants to fucking talk about? It's like one of the #1 killers of all humans in America. Cancer and car wrecks. Car wrecks and suicide are the top 2 killers of kids between like 16 and 21 or something. So, there's lots of reasons that I don't like cars. And, God, I would die on them, but they're still fun. It's like one of those things, you know. Web dev on MacBook Air. Yeah. Got a Mercedes, that would be so much fun. Driving that Mercedes would be fucking crazy. I think it would be so much fun to drive that. I'm jealous. I wish this cut through. I know where we are though now. It's good. This means I know the path to get there next time. I'll go back and walk around that neighborhood again another day. These houses are nice. You can tell the houses they've kind of come down right here in value. A lot of graduation signs. Lakeshore Middle School 8th grade graduate class of 2026. Middle school sucked, man. You're going through all of these changes, you know. You're trying to figure out who you are, trying to break away from your parents. Middle school's pretty damn tough. I'm hungry again. I think I burned up my orange already. I burned up my orange and my tomato. It's actually not that many carbs, but almost soon enough. Bumper cars is fun. I love that too. Yeah. You get your own laptop for work. What's your opinion of phone cases? They end up dying. Best selling phone in a Chinese company slapped a 25-cent case on it, just ruined it. Yeah, I agree. I don't use phone cases usually. The case I have right here, my phone just pops right out of it. My phone just pops out of it if I want it to pop out of it. Yeah. Because first of all, phones are a necessary evil to me, sort of. I'm a big fan of the Android though. Sorry, the Pixel. I do like the Pixel. The Pixel 6 has got problems because it's got a brand new silicon and everything. But, hey, well, this is good. Now we know where to go. You guys, we were here earlier today. So now we know where to go if we want to go back there directly. And we don't have to necessarily go the windy route that we went. We went a pretty windy route. We went all the way that way, went all the way back over to the lake, and then circled all the way back around. That was a great loop. What was that? A framework laptop with Linux booted on it? That'd be cool. How's it going, Puzzle Piece? Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I know this place. Am I familiar with framework laptops? I don't know. No, I don't know what that is. What's a framework laptop? What is a framework laptop? Puzzle Piece, we're just walking around. Anybody else is new. I've been doing a lot of IRL streaming lately just to kind of get healthy again, and figured I'd just take y'all with me and do some talking, show off American suburbs and stuff. Listen to the birds sing. It's full upgradable and customizable. Cool. That reminds me, I need to figure out how to get my voice sync to work. My voice sync is apparently off a little bit. And I thought Billbox was supposed to fix that, but I guess it's not doing that. Can I test something with you? I want you to tell me if my voice is out of sync, okay? Or walking. This would be kind of fun. I know I'm tired and got probably orange in my beard. right? I want you to count. I'm gonna go, hey, there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How's that? Is my voice out of sync? How out of sync is my voice? You can't see because it's all shaded. Is it, what's first? Is it the voice first? What I'm wondering is, I'm wondering if I stop the Bella Box and I restart it, if it'll fix the sync. 2 seconds? 2 seconds. Because I can actually add a delay. All right, I'll do it later. I'll watch myself when I'm not streaming or something. Everybody's out because everybody's dads, moms are home. Video first 5 seconds, really. Go to dinner, bye. First 5 seconds, Dr. Zool. Yeah. We opened your door earlier and took off your bag. Yeah, I might have bumped something. Who knows? I'm streaming my beard again. No, I'm not doing that. If I ever start streaming my beard up my nose, you need to tell me immediately. Immediately. It's a cute family. I love young families. They're so cute. Are they a cute family? That's something that, that's something you normally will only see in the suburbs. A cute young family out for a walk with their dog. I love it. It just warms my heart. It brings back, you know what? It brings back just like a flood of good memories from when my kids were young. I had so much shit go down with my wife and my ex and everything, But, what's dark? Yeah, it's too dark to count, I know, I'm sorry. But I gotta tell you, there's just something ridiculously satisfying about the memory I have of when my kids were young. Oh, this is gonna be Perth again, isn't it? Holy shit. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go down here then. It's this is an older me talking here, but so much shit went down in a divorce, but it doesn't change the fact that you had good memories. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we've been here before too. Now I know where we are. It doesn't change the fact that you've had good memories. Really good memories. And there were memories just like that. I was walking around the neighborhood, my kids on their little bikes. We never had a dog, but holding my hand, my ex-wife, at the time, and just walking through the suburbs and taking in the scenes and talking to the neighbors. It's very, very American memory that I have, very, suburban American memory. You couldn't pay me to go back to the suburbs today, but at the time, I just have really good memories of it. We would go play in the park and I'd push them in the swings, and it's just very all-American kind of memory that I have. And then it all came crashing down. Yeah, I'm not going up there. We were on this path before though, so I know exactly where this path goes. Yeah, in fact, I now know that I don't have to walk on the highway at all to get all the way to Rock Creek, which I'm going to do another day. I'll chart the path that time. It always makes me wonder if when I see a family like that, I always wonder things. I'm like, did they have, I smell pot. Somebody's smoking pot. Some suburbanite is getting high right now. A nice day. They just came back from their nice day at work and they're getting totally stoned in their suburban house. I can totally smell pot. It's either that or I smell something different. Frameworks? Google Maps has got it on my phone. Yeah, it probably does. I'd have to go look it up. What were we saying about frameworks again? What was the question? Let me go see if I can find it. Can women cook better than men? What kind of question is that? Hell no. I could definitely, just there I smelled it pretty strongly and it went away pretty quickly, so I might have just been imagining it. Maybe it's because I want pot. I don't really. Pot makes me sick. What I want is a beer. What I want is a beer, really. Every time I buy beer, it's like way too overpriced. Seriously, it's like $11 for a 6-pack of like really ultralight beer. You think the flowers? Maybe. Eat some edibles. Yeah, well, I got some. Off to the NASCAR bar. Yeah. Yeah, I could do that. I'm too stinky right now. I've been walking around for how long? How long has this stream been on? I think we broke a record. I do. Cooking myself is cheaper. Ratatouille? Yeah. Yeah, I do know that. Yeah. My wife is that way too. She's like, get the fuck out of my kitchen. It's a very German thing. There's a whole meme about it. There's like all these memes about German women in the kitchen. It's like me going into the kitchen with a German wife. Offering to wash the dishes after a meal in a German house. Well, I want to do something nice. Back away from the sink. That's so true. It's so true. It's very German too. Very, very German. 4 hours, 23 minutes. Okay, so our record streaming on one battery is 4 hours and 41 minutes. So I'm just like super curious to see. I'm going to run this battery out. I'm going to go ahead and run the battery out just for the sake of testing. That's the tap house. I guess we can go there.
There over to Hyde.
How did they open?
Up in freaking Bumbleberry.
Is there, do they have hours posted?
Stony.
See their hours. When do these guys close? You know?
Sorry?
I just wonder what the hours are here.
It's probably outside on the door.
I didn't see. I'm just wondering what your hours were. I'm not in any condition to come in tonight.
Usually we're open till 10 o'clock.
At 10 o'clock?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Our kitchen as well.
Your kitchen. I'm just wondering how late I can come get a beer. Just come hang out or something.
This is open normally until 10:30, 11 o'clock.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm in the apartments down here just
Oh, yeah.
for about a year. I was looking
Yeah.
at the pubs in the area and stuff.
Yeah.
So you're here and you have a grill and everything?
Yeah.
And grill closes at 7 or 8 or something?
No, the grill closes at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah,
All right,
10 o'clock.
I'll be back for sure. Thank you. I've just been walking around.
Yep.
Oh, I'm Rob, by the way. You.
I'm Amber. I'm here Tuesday nights, Thursday nights, and Friday nights.
All right, Amber. Good to meet you. She's there on Tuesdays. I'm going back. I'm going back for beer.
Friday nights I'm not here till close though.
No?
So.
It's just Tuesday. Wednesday. It'll probably be Tuesday. So,
Okay, yeah.
Take care. See ya. Oh, I could have got her number. I still got it. I think she thinks I might be she's a super nice person. I should not say anything bad. I immediately thought that she's like, maybe he tips. I don't know. She did look at the camera kind of weird. It's like, I think that's the best way to do that, is to just walk in and ask a couple questions real fast, and then walk back out. And then if they, was that the third time for that firefighter? It's like the second time in one day. Oh my God, I can smell the Tap House grill. Oh my God, it smells so good. I mean, that's the third time I've seen them in 2 days. Everyone looks at shoulder mount. It's actually not mounted too weird. I mean, you've seen me. I've got the puffball and, you know, I got my umbrella. I look like Boba Fett without the chest plate. Yeah. I think people get kind of confused. I think some of the non-technical people think that I'm a cop. I think that woman, that Karen at our place. Oh, I gotta go.